Limo. We appreciate your time.
That
was Benjamin Limo. He won gold in Helsinki and in the 5,000 meters. He's saying that perhaps for Kenya to be able to secure the medal in the 5,000, maybe we should blend in the 1,500 athletes. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome, as we continue with the next race.
So thank you very much, Charity. And it is now time for us to get to the 400-meter hurdles. Remember, we've had a Kenyan world champion in the 400-meter hurdles, 2015 in Beijing, the late Nicholas Bett. And that was a great one, actually, for the low hurdles.
He beat Leshon Merritt?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's the
400 meters hurdles. We talked about Wiseman, where he's already qualified.
Yes.
He's in a new attire coming into this one.
So off they go, and the athletes are Michael Musioka Nzuku, Peter Kithome Muthoka, Iron Ngunjiri, Nicholas Kesio, Kipkorir Rotich, and Wiseman were supposed to be there. We saw him run in the 400-meter hurdles, and he's not in this, so we are down to a field of just 4. And it is Kip Rotich who's out here, and he's tripped on that. That's going to take off a pace from him. He goes over that. Let's see how he's going to navigate over the final 3 hurdles as he goes down the bend. He's closing that, and we have seen Peter Kithome Muthoka, who's closed that. Another little starter coming in from Rotich. Let's take a look at the clock, and Rotich is there. A little starter from Muthoka. How fast can he run? Is he going to beat the clock? And is he through? 50.81 seconds. That is outside the qualifying standard by just about a second and a half. The 400-meter hurdles, 48.5 is the entry standard. So it's just missed that by just about 2 seconds.
It was always going to be very difficult to shed off 2 seconds in that one, because you look at how they came into this one with their personal best, 51, 51, 50, 51. It was going to be very, very difficult. But then Kelvin Kipkorir Rotich, just showing that he is the second best hurdler in 400 meters, and posting that time. That shows you that he has some level of consistency. Remember, his personal best is 49.17. So Wiseman were not competing in this one, like he had already taken part in the 400 meters earlier on, and he should be preparing for the final. He also has an aim of, let's say, doing a double, having qualified 48.34 earlier on this year. So Kipkorir 50.79 is his time, as he's not.
And looking at Rotich, you also have got to notice that he had 3 starters as he was going over that, and that took off the rhythm from his running. Once at the straight, once at the second curve, and finally as he got to the home straight, you could see that he was not in full rhythm, and that a lot time, microseconds, hardly even losing probably a second. 50.79 seconds, that is his winning time.
So unfortunately, Kipkorir, actually, if he didn't have that starter, I think he could have had maybe a good cadence coming into the home straight, and just knocking off those 2 hurdles, I think took some few milliseconds off his time, and maybe he could have done or even run better if he had a smooth sail through the hurdles.
Well, coming up next is going to be the 1,500 meters men, and when you take a look at the times that have been said here, we've got quite a fast, 3rd fastest Kenyan all time. I mean, if we consider that Bernard Lagat is now American, if we include him, he would be 5th fastest Kenyan all time. We've got Fanuel Coed.
Fanuel is a man on a mission. Look at what he did in London last week. Look at what he did in Ostrava, and of course what he did in Paris. Setting the world under 20 record, breaking it twice inside 2 months. I think I'll be watching for him. I don't know what's got in store, but Fanuel Coed for me is the man to watch in this one.
327.72 is the world under 20 record over the 1,500 meters. The Kenyans who have run faster than him, who will be kind enough to Bernard Lagat, are only Silas Kiplagat, Asbel Kiprop, and then you'd say Bernard Lagat. So you can see all the athletes, they've got the hurdles are out, and the 1,500 meters usually start from different point. It's scheduled to start at 11:15 a.m. So we've got the men's race coming. And also when it comes to the women's race, Faith Kipyegon, she doesn't have to run.
She's already in the team.
She's already in the team. The world champion over 1,500 and over 5,000 from Budapest. But look at Susan Ejore, a 3:56 runner. The entry standard for the women's 1,500. Coming into the looking at this, and we are including the mile. The entry standard is 4:01.50. The selector's headache in place for Team Kenya because we've got Nelly Chepchirchir unbeaten
this year.
Susan beaten run. Susan Lukayo Ejore also doing very well. And what's the possibility that one of these or the others could breach that mark?
Faith Kipyegon, of course, not running in this one. She doesn't have to run because she's already qualified. But then look at Susan Ejore, also another good name coming out of that. 3:56.07 is the time. Her personal best coming into this one. So 4 minutes, 1.50 seconds. As you said, this is going to be a headache for the selectors because all these athletes are very much capable of breaking the barrier and of course posting that time.
The women 1,500 meters. Remember that Faith Kipyegon, she went to Eugene, Oregon and broke the world record, and off they go. 3 3/4 of the lap right here. And this, remember, at the Hayward Field where everybody just chopped up with personal best, this personal best, that. Remember, it's the first two past the line. As they now get into balance and correct sequence. For this event. And Dorcas Eboy is the one who's leading. Look at the slow pace that they have got after the first 300 meters, and expect that it is now going to change. We are seeing that happening with Helen Ekalale Lobun, who's decided to hit the front, and running alongside her is Gateri. Gateri is just behind her as they try to close that gap. And suddenly we can see that Nel Chepchirchir has decided that this is a bit too slow, and running alongside her is Susan Ejore. So we're now going to have something definite as they move around this. For a very long time it's been Faith Kipyegon against the rest of the world, but now we're seeing that Nel Chepchirchir has hit the front. Ejore is making sure she keeps tabs on her, as we still have got about a couple of laps to go.
2 laps to go, and Nelly Chepchirchir ensuring that she continues doing what she's been doing all through, of course, winning the Diamond League in Doha in May 2025 in a time of 4 minutes 5 seconds. Went ahead to win the Rabat Diamond League 3 minutes 58.04 seconds, and then meeting the Paris in Paris 3 minutes 57.02, which is her season best. So she comes in red hot form, and she's leading this one as we head towards the last 1.5 laps of this 1,500 meters. She is also known to be a very good 800 meter runner, but her long strides are making sure that she stays in front. For this one, it is Nelly Chepchirchir, the favorite to win this one. She's now in the lead, and she's able to maintain that. She checks over her shoulder to see where everyone else is as they come towards the last 300 meters of this one. They are going to hit the bell. Nelly Chepchirchir stretches her strides and she knows she's within touching distance. Will she join Faith Kipyegon as they go to Tokyo 2025 in September? That is Nelly Chepchirchir in the lead. It is the women's 1,500 meters women final. And Nelly Chepchirchir now starts stretching those long strides. You can feel in that pace is increasing as they head to the last 200 meters. It is Nelly Chepchirchir. Ejore in second. The two favorites coming into this race. It is Ejore in 2. Nelly Chepchirchir in 1 as they take that bend. Coming to the home straight. It is Nelly Chepchirchir, unbeaten this year. But then, will she be able to maintain that? Yes, she can. As you can see right now, Susan Ejore trying so hard to keep up with Nelly Chepchirchir, but they come to the home straight. It is Chepchirchir and Ejore who's gonna make it as the first one on the tape. Ejore tries to come from the outside. Nelly Chepchirchir maintains her pace. She knows she has she is unbeaten this year. It is Nelly Chepchirchir coming home to win this one. 4 minutes, 0.510 seconds.
Well, a battle of wit between the two, with Helen Owoi taking Dorcas Owoi taking third place. And it was that slow start that changed everything. We saw Nelly Chepchirchir opt after 300 meters. But the first 300 weren't that fast. They probably have lost 3 or 4 seconds, from the pace that they had. It was a total stroll on the track. And then suddenly they've gone up, and you can see everyone's huddled together. They know who ideally would be selected when it comes to this.
And of course, Susan Ejore, who finished second in this one, finished sixth during the Paris 2024 Olympic Games in a time of 3 minutes 56.0 seconds, and then competed in the World Indoor Championships, finishing fifth in the same distance. That was in Nianjing, China. So Ejore has been consistent. Chepchirchir has been consistent, and as we predicted, it's finished in a 1-2 for Nelly Chepchirchir and Susan Ejore. And they always say when you need company, you need good company. Nelly Chepchirchir, of course, having up to pose for a photo with the rest of the team. I think it's all about having the best representing the country at the Tokyo 2025 World Athletics Championship. Kasi Lobun, Chepchirchir, she remains unbeaten. Can she do that against Faith?
Well, they say Faith is a pocket rocket, and it's very, very difficult, to beat her. Everyone in the world thinks, okay, so when will we beat Faith over the distance? And the good thing is, no one's ever doubted that. The friendship and the camaraderie has always been great in that event. The men's 1,500 meters is coming up next.
Just before the men's 1,500 meters, Nelly Chepchirchir and Susan Ejore will be in line for an interview with Charity and Isaac Lemoka on the track side.
Chepchirchir Nelly, she had a win in the previous Diamond League, and now she has finished first here at the 1500 trials. Remember, we have the defending champion Faith Kipyegon. Nelly, race imekuwa vipi kwako?
Race kwangu imekuwa sawa na nilikuja tu kutafuta position because niko na time already. Yeah.
Uliweza kumake Team Kenya previously. Some of the lessons that zile umelearn so that this time round umepata more experience now, at least to ensure that uko among the finalists in the 1500.
Kwangu this the third time going to represent Kenya in the World Championship na nimelearn vitu mingi. Ndio maana naenda ku perfect nione fenye nimefikia.
All right, thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you.
Okay. Ejore will be he will be continuing on the other side in Kiswahili.
Well, asante sana. Ninaye Susan Ejore hapa ambaye ni mshindi wa pili, ameibukia wa pili. Congratulations sana Susan.
Asante sana.
Race imekuwa namna gani, kwa sababu nimekuona ulikuwa umejaribu sana, ilibakia kidogo tu uweze kumpita Nelly. Kipi ambacho kilitokea?
Race ilikuwa mzuri. Goal ilikuwa kuja hapa ku execute the race, and then kwa sababu already nilikuwa nimepata time, so ilikuwa tu ni kuchukua hiyo position 1-2. So yeah, nimefurahia sana.
Going forward, tunatarajia hapa?
Going forward tunatarajia kufanya vizuri katika Tokyo. I'm excited in team yangu ya pili ku represent Kenya. Yeah, nimefurahi.
Labda ni changamoto zipi ambazo labda unatarajia ziweko na unapanga tackle kivipi wakati unaelekea Tokyo?
Changamoto ni kwa kila mtu atakuwa
the 1500 meter men final is underway.
This is an event in which Kenya won 5 consecutive times. 2011, 2013, 2015, 2017 and 2019.
Before Inga Briston happened.
That was even, and yes, before
in Doha, he
actually
Cheruiyot literally edged him on the line.
That was Taufik Makhlouf there. That was 2019 in Doha. Timothy Cheruiyot did win that. But just take a look at this young man, Reynold Cheruiyot, who's also in this field, a 3:38.8 runner for an event that has got an entry standard that keeps getting higher and higher for the men, 3:33 flat. And a simple look at this field, you don't know who to choose from. Fanuel Lagati is there. Timothy Cheruiyot, very easy to tell, just taking a look at his distinct running style.
Of course, we talked about Reynold Cheruiyot, the former world junior champion over the 1,500 meters. Timothy Cheruiyot, multiple gold medalist in this event. And then you look at the likes of Vincent Kibet, seasonal runner in the 1,500 meters, of course, a junior medalist from 2018 during the World Under 17 Championship. So this is a rich field. And I think we are missing Fanuel. He's not yet back from London.
No, he could have missed his flight, but so it's just 2 laps to go as we speak. But missing Fanuel out there as
and
we have this
4 athletes from the same running camp.
It's very easy to tell. And 2 of them have got the name Cheruiyot. Timothy Cheruiyot is the one who's at the back. He's had his injury problems. The other one being Vincent Keter and Abel Kipsang. Reynold Cheruiyot, the other one. And also in that is Brian Komen. Brian Komen, a 3:31 runner. As they go around this bend, they'll be getting to the bell, and we will find out who has got the best kick from this group of athletes. 7 of them, 3 slots available. The last time Kenya won a medal at the World Championships was 2019 in Doha. And the man who's now charging forward, Timothy Cheruiyot, is the man who brought that goal. Lewandowski and Makhlouf were the challenge, just under 3 minutes at that point. Let's take a look at how these athletes are going. and it's Vincent Keter who's at the front. Timothy Cheruiyot making a charge. But look at all of these athletes who are there. Brian Komen trying to go on the outside of Timothy Cheruiyot. Abel Kipsang is now there as they get to the final bend. Who's at the front? It's Timothy Cheruiyot. Does he still have that massive kick that he used? Deceptive it may look like, but it was effective whenever he used it. It's between Timothy Cheruiyot, Brian Komen, Abel Kipsang also trying to do that. Vincent Keter is on the outside. Abel Kipsang, Timothy Cheruiyot, the former world champion, who's at the front, and Timothy Cheruiyot still surging forward. And this is a late start. Whoa!
I told you, Reynolds Cheruiyot, this man has been in electric form this year, and of course, he's shown a 3:48.96 is the time posted, unofficial of course. Reynolds Cheruiyot won the cross-country series in the 2-kilometer loop race. He's dominated the local scene, and of course, he has just shown why he is a former world youth champion over the 1,500 meters.
Well, a dramatic finish to that race, with all athletes pushing so hard to make sure that they were within that.
And I just feel sad for Timothy Cheruiyot. Actually, he was just literally boxed out towards the end of the race, and you could feel that Brian Komen came in late, and then Reynolds just came from the outside. It was a contest between Brian Komen and Timothy Cheruiyot just before they reached the 30-meter mark, and that was where the difference was. Reynolds Cheruiyot from the outside, edging out the experienced runners in this field.
Well, for Brian Komen, that's a big one, and you can see they're together looking for that memorable photos as they're being directed away from the track. We shall be having the women's steeplechase.
One thing I like about Reynolds is how he takes the last 100 meters, the home straight. He likes coming from the outside, and it's really worked well for him. For Brian Komen, we know he has the experience, he's done so. Vincent Keter couldn't really click, of course, despite leading the last up to the last 200 meters of this race, but it was all about who took it home with the best timing, the cadence, the endurance, and of course, when the lactic acid started pouring in, where all the endurance, it came from Brian Komen. He's had a good, from Reynolds Cheruiyot, he's had a good season. I watched him during the cross-country series. He was in top form, and now he's just confirmed that he's ready to take on the big stage.
Well, you can see the celebrations are non-stop, including one by Julius Yego, the men's javelin. It's been going on, looked like he was the sole competitor as the athlete. Been called up. You can look at Brian Komen, he looks a little bit frustrated. Because when the frustration kicks in, everything changes. And look at Timothy Cheruiyot. And his coach, so pleased with him. Bernard Ouma, so happy to have him back in the wilds. The senior superintendent of prisons, Timothy Cheruiyot.
What could be happening down there? Because did he finish second?
He's finished inside that.
Inside that.
And the man who's most disappointed is Brian Komen. You can tell by the frustration, but we have to confirm with the timing. Just waiting for it to be put up.
As we prepare also for the traditional, the former, how can I put this? This is a race we dominated previously. Okay, it is the women 3,000 meter steeplechase. Faith Cherotich, Doris Lemongle, Pamela Kosgei, Karen Chebet, Celestine Biward, Jacqueline Chepkoech, Diana Chepkemoy, Sharon Chepkemoy, and Lois Chepkemoy.
So 3:48, Timothy Cheruiyot, Brian Komen is in the top three. So Brian Komen, he is inside there, but he looked a little bit frustrated initially. Now we shall be going down trackside, and we shall be joining Charity for the interview with Reynold Cheruiyot and Timothy Cheruiyot.
The 1500 meters trial. Reynold, how do you feel about your performance about today?
Race ya leo imekuwa mzuri. Nashukuru Mungu nimeweza ku make team ya team Kenya ku represent Kenya at Tokyo. So nashukuru Mungu, ingawa nilikuwa na shida ya kiuno tangu nitokee US, but sasa naona si mbaya. Nashukuru nimewin race ya leo. Yep.
Umepata competition ile ulikuwa unatarajia hapa leo?
Nimepata competition nilikuwa natarajia. Ingawa base ilikuwa slow, nilikuwa sure naweza kick 100 naweza win. So
okay. As we wait for Timothy Cheruiyot, going forward performance yako ni gani? Una program yako ni gani unapangia?
Sasa nimeanza kuchange program. Bado nitaenda Diamond League 8 nini moja Brazzers, alafu maybe nitagea final storage. Hapo nitafungia alafu nikuje ni prepare World Championship. Yep.
Thank you so much. Now as we wait for Timothy Cheruiyot, Timothy was waiting for confirmation to ensure that he's been able to make it in the team, and we are hoping that he'll be going to bring us another medal after he brought a medal in Doha. Timothy, naona leo umefurahia, umeweza kurudi kwa team, umefeel vipi?
I'm so happy. I need to focus on Tokyo now.
Okay. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That is Timothy Cheruiyot, the Doha 2019 world champion in the 1500. He's saying that he is injury-free, and he's saying that during the national championship he had an injury, but now he is injury-free, and he's hoping for a good performance. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome, as we continue with the broadcast. Remember to follow us on Athletics Kenya, subscribe on our YouTube channel, and also like us on Facebook. And remember that the stream is also being broadcasted live on KBC. Over to you.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the track for the steeplechase. We're back on the track, ladies and gentlemen, for the 3,000 meters steeplechase for women. Back on the track for the steeplechase, an event that has produced amazing results for Kenya over the years. And we have some amazing runners lining up today for the steeplechase, including Faith.
Thank you very much, Charity. Speaking to the winners of the 1,500 meters. And now we're moving on to the women's 3,000 meters steeplechase. And, you know,
The 3,000 meters steeplechase, and the lineup is out there. Faith Cherotich down in the middle, Pamela Kosgei, Doris Lemong Lecherop, Karen Chebet, Jacqueline Chepkoech, Diana Chepkemoi, Sharon Chepkemoi, and Lois Chepkemoi. If you're joining us, we're live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex, and it is the 3,000 meters steeplechase. So looking at the lineup, we are waiting to see who actually joins Faith Cherotich.
Mongole is in second place, but you can see that the gap is growing as the other athletes try to fill this, but focus is on Faith. Goes by two names. You'll hear some people will call her last born, while others will call her Faith Mdogo because there is Faith Mkubwa. But they're all smaller size. Older.
Yeah. If you look at Lemongle, most of her races, she's been in the United States in the NCCA championship, and she won the 3,000 meters hurdles in Boston University. So she also has a point to prove here, having earned that scholarship to the United States, and she's currently in second. But you can feel Faith Cherotich, who's being cheered on by the crowd here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. She is in red hot form.
4 laps to go in this event. Faith Cherotich having stretched that out. Pamela Koske is in third place. The entry standard is 9 minutes 18 flat for the women's steeplechase. And looking at the field that we have got here, looking at a 2-page document, Faith Cherotich, Doris the Mongolian, and Pamela Koske all have met the entry standards. And so we've got
Prefontaine Classic, slightly losing to Winfred Yavi, but she's won all the races she's participated in. That shows you that the form she's been at 21 is just electrifying.
And you can't take it away from Adorla that in 2023 she was competing against some of the best athletes in the world. You've got Beatrice Chepkoech, you've got Winfred Yavi, and kept up with them. And going back to the results from that event, Budapest 2023, with those 3 medalists, that's when we say, could this be one moment, or is it going to be what changes everything? 8:54.29, the winning time for Winfred Yavi, while 8:58.98 for Beatrice Chepkoech and Faith Cherotich with 9.69. It was single file going into that final stretch, but everything changed. With just about 2.5 laps to go in this event, it's a one-person show in the form of Faith Cherotich. 3 laps to go, to be precise, as she gets that. Started a little bit at that water jump.
I think she was trying to avoid jumping into the water hole with all the legs in. I think that's what they really avoid, because it somehow lowers, rather slows you down as you get out. So Faith Cherotich, she's experienced well enough to know what to do, when to do, and you can see even from her look, she's composed, she knows exactly what it takes, and she's very confident on this one, and I feel this might just be her season.
6:44, 6:45 at that point, which means that we could be looking at a potentially fast time here. Remember that Nora Jeruto is the one who's had the fastest time here in Nairobi, and that is a 9:05.
9-0.
A 9. If we're just to look at it, her time was 9 minutes 4.95, and this is Nairobi at altitude. That was in 2022. That was at the Kip Keino
Classic at the Kasarani Stadium.
Yes,
and she beat Beatrice Chepkoech in that one.
so you can see, looks like there's a sign of a little bit of loss, slowing down by Faith, but all eyes at the front. She's blown away the entry standard as we get to the bell, and they're going to around 8 minutes now. I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, but probably
is there a possibility
we could see a very, very fast time. Can Faith Cherotich clock under 9 minutes 5? Because at the bell she was at around 8:50, 8:58. So this is the final lap. Goes over that barrier. There is a water jump, and one more to go. And the distance is far. All alone. She's already qualified by virtue of time. I mean, the time she set at the pre-classic in Eugene speaks everything for itself. And she's now headed to the final stretch. There is one barrier to jump. Let's take a look at the clock now. Because this, at the moment, is what we should be looking at. How fast can she run? What is she going to clock as she gets past the line? Faith Cherotich wins the national trials. And
9:09:45. She slowed down a little bit on the home straight.
Third fastest time.
The third
Just
fastest
missed
time.
what Beatrice Chepkoech clocked in 2023 at the Nationals, and that was way back in 2023, 9:09.45. So quite a fast time, and this is in Nairobi. The records stand there. Faith Cherotich winning that event, 9:09.45, and we already know that the team will basically read like Doris Lemongole, Pamela Kosgei, and Faith Cherotich. Kenya yearning to bring back a gold medal in that event. As we take a look at this final rush for some of those places.
Diana Chepkemoi trying so hard not to finish in 11th position in this one.
Remember, Milka Chemos started this off for the Kenyans. After that, it was Ivan Kieng in 2015. Emma Coburn of Shops Ask London. The Honorable Dan Wanyama, who chairs the Sports Committee in the National Assembly of Kenya. We also have got Beatrice London. It was an American one too. So with Ivan Kieng taking bronze. Beatrice Chepkoech, world champion in 2019. No medal in 2022 in Eugene. Nora Jerut of Kazakhstan winning that. But Winfred Yavi again taking the gold, while the silver and the bronze went to the Kenyans. The 3,000 meter steeplechase, women have been done. And we'll be moving on to the sprints, the finals of the 100 meters for women, the 100 meters for the men. After that, the steeplechase. We also have got the 800 meters and the 400 meters for both genders all lined up. Well, that gang you see there is all, they're all cops.
Are they on duty?
Cheering the police officers who constitute the Kenyan team.
Of course, we'll be eager to hear what Charity has to say, and she'll be interviewing Faith Cherotich in a bit. So Charity, you can take it away. The legends of the game.
I'm joined here by Faith Cherotich. Faith has had a wonderful season, and now she's been able to qualify for the Tokyo World Championships. Faith, mpangilio yako ni gani?
First, I'd like to thank God. I qualified to Tokyo World Championship, and for now, then I qualify, so matayarisho yangu ni kwenda kujitayarisha, aiming for gold there.
So preparation yako pengine nini utataka kwenda kusharpen on?
For now, naenda kuketi na my coach, tuone ni wapi penye siyuko sawa na.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, and I hand you to over to my colleague Lengomole to talk to in the Swahili interview. Sorry.
Well, asante sana. Congratulations Lemngole.
Yeah.
Race imekuwaje?
Race imekuwa moto kidogo. I think sababu ya altitude, you know. Tumekuwa penye altitude iko chini kidogo and then tukakuja hapa, so nashukuru sana kwa kuwa position 2 and I was looking for that.
Umeridhika na matayarisho?
Yeah, kabisa, but for the World Championships, cause for now nimequalify, I think naenda work hard cause najua huko sio rahisi. Ndio niwa represent my country vizuri and I'm so happy. Yeah.
Na muda ambao umeweka leo, wewe mwenyewe umeridhishwa nao?
Kidogo sio sana, sikuwa natarajia ikuwe hivyo, but nimeridhika tu sababu naelewa altitude. Yeah.
Ni kipi ambacho tutarajie ukishaelekea Tokyo?
I'll give my best and I think nawaambia wa Kenya tutarajie tu gold. I'm going to do my best. Yeah.
All the best and thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Utaelekea hivi?
Naam, kama unavyosikia ni Lemgole, mmoja kati ya wanariadha ambao wamefuzu kuweza kushiriki katika mashindano ya dunia baadaye mwezi Septemba huko Tokyo, na ameshinda ni Faith ambaye anaitwa Small Faith. Bado tunasubiri mbio nyingine ambazo zitafanyika katika mashindano ya majaribio papa hapa katika
It's now time for the sprints. It's the 100 meters women final that will come up just before the 100 meters men final. So in the 100 meters women final, Monica Safania will be running in lane number 2, Eunice Kadogo in lane number 3, Doreen Waka in lane number 4, Lois Morara in lane number 5, Mary Sophia Simiu in lane number 6, Delisha Etiang in lane number 7, and Lucia Williams-Morris in lane number 8. Of course, she comes from South Sudan. So the lineup for the 100 meters women final, of course, it is trials for the Tokyo 2025 World Athletics Championships taking place in September. So the 100 meters women semi-final coming up. You'll also have results streaming in on your screens. The legendary Paul Tergat, former president of the National Olympic Committee, following the results that the elections that were held yesterday.
And that's a double world champion in the marathon.
The marathon double champion. Miss Pauline Shegu
also does speed but in cars.
And Mr. Barnaba Korir, of course, the youth director, Athletics Kenya, of course, the newly elected first vice president of the National Olympic Committee. The elections that were held after a very long time. You have the results?
Actually, we're just waiting for that. Remember, we've got the 100 meters women's final. That's what's coming up next. And so the 100 meters women. Wow. This is
Monica Safania, 12.07. Eunice Kadogo, 11.84. Doreen Waka, 11.63. 11.91 for Luis Morara. Mary Simiu, 11.95. 12.05 for Delisha Etiang. This is, we're looking at 11.03.
Well, let's go down to the field, and this is for the women's triple jump. Gloria Muley is there. We also have got Winnie B and Ida Perek Jeb Korir, 3 athletes. The triple jump entry standard for the women is 14.55. Gloria Mulay has always stood out as the prospect for this field event. Quite a versatile athlete, as we now see Winfred B, who is right here. Just getting into the sandpit in this event.
We need Chepngetit B with the personal best of a 14.01 meter jump. So she is the best coming into this one. Of course, Ida Jepkorir and Gloria Mulay also competing for this one, and we are looking at 14.55.
Quite a tall order when it comes to the triple jump. But for the national under-20 record holder, Gloria Mulay, this is one time she's been a 3-time national champion. As we see those who have come to witness these great moments, all standing at the VIP dais, all having their own conversations. They do not want to miss any piece of the action. As you see all those people who are there, everyone is busy on the phone. In days gone by, everyone would be on a newspaper. That is,
it's a no jump.
It's a no jump. Actually, she went running on the track. Now, for triple jump, you need to be very observant to know that it is not an event that is as easy to execute as people would think, because there is a hop, step, jump rule. But the moment you hop with the left, you have to step with the left and jump with the right. But if you hop with the right,
the technique is quite challenging. Yes.
As we say, our national champion, again, just getting into the sandpit, and you could see from her execution that that's what she's exactly trying to do. And it's a legal jump, and we could tell immediately from that triple jump event when Ida Jepkorir made her jump, nothing was going to be. And they're looking at one of Africa, what's considered to be Africa's busiest airport, the Wilson Airport. That's why you'll see shadows flying through of the cars as we now get ready to see the final of the women's 100-meter final. The athletes are being led to the starting blocks, and after that we shall have the men's 100-meter final. So we're getting ready for the introductions of these athletes. So we have a field of 5. The entry list
field of
indicated
5.
7.
11.03 is the time needed for one to at least join the 48 elite athletes who will compete at the Tokyo Games.
And just to mention to you that at the moment that there is the entire stage there where a lot of entertainment is going on. So we can now, as we wait to get to see this start, the women's 100-meter final. So Lucia Morris from South Sudan, we can see that she is in that. Delisha Etiang, Lois Morara, just can see it's just 5 athletes, lanes 3, 4,
so missing.
No, actually 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
So Monica Safania is not competing in this one. So that is Doreen Walker, the national champion in the 100 meters crowned just last month here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
11.63 her personal best, and that means she has to drop 0.6 of a second. And Mary Sophia Simiu is also in the running. We have got Delisha Atiang, but two names, Monica Safania and Eunice Kadogo, who are expected to light this up. Doreen Walker, fastest on the field, 11.63 seconds is her time. Lois Morara, 11.91, her pass, the time that she's clocked this year. Mary Sophia Simiu, 11.95 seconds. Delisha Etiang, 12.7 seconds, as we see Doreen Walker being introduced now. Lois Morara is there. Budding talent, only 23. Mary Sophie Simiu, who's here, another 23, should be turning 23 in December. Delisha Tiang, and she is very much at home. Just her uniform should tell you, this is the KDF uniform, and she's here. And from South Sudan, Lucia William Morris.
Another household name, Lucia Morris of South Sudan. 12.70 her personal best. But ultimate goal, of course, 11.03 seconds. Who's gonna do it? Former national champion Eunice Kadogo missing. Monica Safania missing. Esther Mbagari graduated to the 400 meters, so she'll not be competing in this one. Doreen Walker, the new national champion, crowned last month. 11.63 is her personal best.
So waiting for the all clear so that they can take off. And remember, after this we're going to have the men's 100 meters. No Freddy in this one, but still there's a lot to fight for. As you can see that it's still going on, being asked to leave that area for the start. The women's 100 meters and cleanly, and Doreen Walker has already taken off. She's got a gap, and you can see that they're forming something. And Lucia Morris is there. Doreen Walker just crosses the line. She was towards the end. 12.03, that's outside of that. But you have got to say that Lucia Williams,
she's got good acceleration.
If you look at how she executed that race, you are looking at probably somebody who does the 200 meters.
Should be Lucia Williams.
Because that late surge, as Doreen Walker looked like she was running out of steam, was the one big thing that everybody noted. A deceleration that was quite significant for that gap to be killed.
So once again, we miss out in the 100 meters women at the World Championship. I don't know if we've ever been represented in the 100 meters.
I have to think hard, and it will be a hard to tell. But take a look at this. Doreen Walker decelerating. Lucia Morris is the one who's accelerating in this point, as we also saw that Delisha Atiang was closing that gap. How Doreen Walker lost a lead of about 10 meters in the finish line was just about a meter.
She was leaning forward, which is not a very good technique for a sprinter. And you could see the difference in technique between Lucia Williams and Doreen. Yes, she's a national champion, but she must improve, let's say, on the body stature, especially when doing the sprints.
100 meters men's final. And there was a semi-final 2 hours ago. So everything has now been set. 10 seconds flat is what is required for anyone to qualify for the Tokyo World Championships. As we can see, the AK top brass are all there as the athletes are warming up. Still about another 5 events to come, including the 800 meters men and women, the 400 meters men and men's steeplechase. So the athletes now getting themselves ready for this one. So in lane 1 we have Moses Wasike. Hesbon Ochieng is going to be in lane 2. Justin Bigoye is going to be in lane 3. Meshak Babu in lane 4. Lane 5, we're going to have Mark Otieno. Stephen Nyango is going to be in lane 6. Dennis Mwai in 7. As you see, there they are. Hesbon Ochieng, the prisons officer, is in lane 3. Then you've got Justin Bigoye. Meshak Babu is there in lane 4. Mark Otieno, lane 5. Stephen Odhiambo is in lane 6. And then in lane 7, we have got Dennis Mwai. And in lane 8, we have got Tyson Juma. So they've all lined up themselves and they're waiting for that gun to go. We had a quite dramatic 100-meter semi-final 2 earlier in the day, where of the 6 athletes who lined up, 2 were given their red cards for false starts. And it changed everything. So as that plane flies over, it means that they've got that. The silence around the stadium. This is a flight path for the Wilson Airport, which is just to the south, to the northern side of this place. To speak a bit more correctly, I mean south due east north due east of the stadium, as the athletes are all getting ready for this event. It's a 100 meters. Ferdinand Omanyala had made it to that. Then we also know that we've had Mark Otieno before, making it through to the Olympics before things went up for him. Off they go. And who's going to get up right quick? And at the moment it's Hesbon Ochieng. Babu, Mark Otieno is at the front. And look at this late surge coming in. And Steve Onyango.
Stephen Onyango once again dominating the track here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
Absolutely.
That was a close one. Tyson Babu, Stephen Onyango and Mark Otieno. It is a photo finish. But then 10.32.
10.32 puts them out, which means that Kenya is going to have only one entry, and that is in
no company for Manyala at the Tokyo Games. But Mark Otieno, we've not seen much of him this season.
But you have got to look at the race execution by Steve Odhiambo. His late surge, Mark Otieno tending to lose it. You could see Meshak Babu, diminutive figure but quite powerful if you saw his move. And so there you've had it. The trials have been won by Steve Odhiambo, but Ferdinand Omanyala is going to be a lone ranger out in the land of the samurai.
Stephen Onyango, I think getting off the blocks was quite a problem for him, but then his acceleration is just out of this world. Mark Otieno very composed coming into the last 50, but then watch out for Meshak Babu in lane number 4. That is just where they finished, and I think Meshak Babu might have just finished second in this one. Mark Otieno might have just settled for third. We are waiting for the confirmation of the results, but as it stands, 10.32 for Stephen Onyango.
Another look at the men's 100 meters.
Anxiously waiting for the results, but then Hesbon, as usual, off the blocks nicely, but fades out towards the finishing line, and that's where Stephen Onyango accelerates and beats all of them. Dennis Mwai, it will be between Dennis Mwai, Marco Cheno, and Samuel Babu.
So 10.32 the winning time for Stephen Onyango Odhiambo, Meshad Babu with a 10.35, Dennis Mwai 10.37, Marco Tieno 10.38, just Stin Migoi 10.44, Moses Wasike Onyango a 10.50, Hesbon Ocheng on a 10.51, and Tyson Omondi 10.74.
So Marco Tieno posts his season best 10.38, having done a 10.33 last year. He's not raced much this year, and no, actually his season best is 10.12, so he's not really been at his best, and hoped to do a 10.0, and this is what we've witnessed here as we usher in the 3,000 meters steeplechase. And of course, Mr. Stephen Onyango has been lined up for an interview with Charity and Isaac Lemoka. So Charity, take it away.
Much Mlemi and Wahome back there in the studio. Wonderful races that are going on. However, I have some other news here today. I'm joined here by London 2012 Silver Marathon Olympics medalist Abel Kirui, a double world champion. Abel, tuambie.
Yes.
Tupe habari ya leo.
Habari ya leo might look sound bad, but it is good for me also, because now I come here to announce to wish the best those who are going to be selected for a world championship, and also to say bye-bye sport, because for me that's been 20 years in active sport, to say bye-bye for the active sport. Maybe I will be there to run, to choke, and to inspire a lot more, because 20 years for me, running clean without any problem. I am so glad for this today. I thank the ABS service. They have been giving me the chance for the last 20 years. I thank my coaches, my supporters, and all my fans. So I am so grateful to say today, thank you, active sport, and especially the marathon, which I have done for many years. It is now I am still the only human who has done under 210 22 times. This is the news that I am breaking to you today.
We are so sad. You're leaving us. It's now been 20 years. We are thankful for your service and the pride that you've brought in the country. What is next for you?
Next for me, my service has considered me as the Deputy Director Sports and Chaplaincy working at Choco House, and this is also satisfactory to my heart. I will be seeing that I will be helping my service under the umbrella of our DIG Masengeli, and I will be supporting my fellow Kenyans to see that we produce a lot more than Abel Kirui. Yes.
Now that you're retiring, kwa watoto wako ama kwa other siblings that are coming up, ni nani unatuatia?
Joylin is there, my eldest son Tevin is there, my small boy who is called Axel is there. So I see some as the interest in between. Whoever comes and like this thing, I can hand over to him. Yes.
What is the advice you'd like to give the athletes as they start even in the marathon? How has your journey been?
The journey has been so cruel. Sometimes it's good. It was a mixture of good and sometimes pain. You remember 2013 when I had a fibular injury? So that was a doomsday in my life. And the others has been mostly good, 90% score and above. So what I can keep the athletes to learn to be patient, to learn to be disciplined. Me, myself, I have never been found missing doping. In fact, I was cleared 4 days ago out of a doping list from ADAC. So I am telling these people we need to bring the image of Kenya. Seriously, we need to make the image of Kenya clean. So I am giving the athletes to run clean, to train so hard and they win easy, and they have to follow steps of running, go track, go cross country, and then they can rise to marathon, and they will be honored all over the world. Yes, that's the message.
Thank you so much. We'll surely miss you, and we hope to see, because we know you are at a better place of identifying talent and ensuring there's talent. That was bidding active sports, competitive sports goodbye. He's announced his retirement.
Abraham Kibiwot, Geoffrey Kipkemoi Kirwa, and Benjamin Kigen. Simon Kiprop Koech, 8 minutes, 9.26 seconds coming into this one. That is his personal best. Edmund Serem, 8 minutes, 8.50. Abraham Kibiwot, 8 minutes, 6.47. Geoffrey Kirwa Kipkemoi, 8 minutes, 13.89 seconds. And then Benjamin Kigen coming into that, and of course, former Olympic, is a medalist at the Olympics, of course. That's Benjamin Kigen, very experienced coming into this one. So 5 athletes competing for the top 2 slots with the standard entry time for the steeplechase, 8 minutes 15 seconds. (3,000-meter steeplechase). Five athletes in this one. The 800 meters, 8 athletes, 2 slots. And then the 800 meters men will follow up the 400 meters. Finals. So getting ready for the start of the 3,000-meter steeplechase men final. So we dignitaries here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex sponsors of this event, of course, and that is Faith Kipyegon, enjoying a moment there with some of the dignitaries here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Of course, she was not competing today as she's already qualified for the 1,500 meters at the World Athletics Championship. So Faith Kipyegon enjoying her moment here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex as we await for the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase with 5 contestants: Simon Kiprop, Coach Edmund Serem, Abraham Kibiwot, Geoffrey Kwemoe Kirwa, and Benjamin Keegan. Kenya, of course, has enjoyed rich history in the 3,000 meter steeplechase at the World Athletics Championships across the globe, and hiccup started in 2019 when El Bakali dethroned Conseslus Kipruto to win gold in that event that happened in actually it was after the Doha Games that Kenya lost grip in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. So if you're joining us, we are live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex for the trials for the World Athletics Championships happening in Tokyo, Japan in September. So we await for the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase as we recap some of the races that happened. This is the 100 meters that was closely contested with Stephen Onyango winning in a time of 10.32 with a photo finish between the second and the fourth. That's how it went down there. And Mark Otieno got off the blocks really nicely. Hezbon Ochieng got off the blocks also nicely. But look at the acceleration of Stephen Onyango. He just got his boots and his spikes in it towards the end and accelerated to win in that time, 10.32, an official time, of course. Marco Diambo, Daniel Mwai, and Meshak Babu coming in that order. Just to check on some history, remember the first World Athletics Championships were held in Helsinki, Finland in 1983, and Julius Korir finished 7th in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. And the gold rush began in 1991 to 2019 when Kenya won virtually every men's 3,000 meter steeplechase race title at the World Athletics Championships. But in 2003 and 2005, Said Shaheen, formerly known as Stephen Cherono, claimed gold to break the jinx, but of course Kenya reclaimed glory afterwards, and in that period Kenya achieved podium sweeps in Athens in 1997. And of course, those who've been watching athletics over a period of time remember the legendary Moses Kiptanui, 1991, 93, and 1995, and the first man to run the steeplechase under 8 minutes. Ezekiel Kemboi, 4-time world champion in 2009, 2011, 2013, 2015, and of course, an Olympic gold medalist. Brimin Kipruto, world champion in 2007, Conseslus Kipruto, 2017, gold medal, and the Olympic gold medalist on your screen, of course, that is Faith Kipyegon. She is a VIP today, not competing. Earlier on, we witnessed the women's steeplechase, and Beatrice Chepkoech, of course, holding the world record. Ivan Kieng has also achieved a significant success in the steeplechase. So we await for the start of the steeplechase men final with Simon Kiprop, Koech, Edmund Serem, Abraham Kibiwot, and Benjamin Keegan, all aiming to book a spot in Team Kenya for the World Athletics Championships. Edmund Serem, a young athlete, an emerging talent born on 27th of December 2007 and is the world under-20 champion in the steeplechase, winning that title in Lima, Peru last year in a time of 8 minutes 15.28 seconds. Is an African Championship silver medalist, so we'll wait to see what he has to do here. His brother not running, not fit enough. Mr. Amos Serem suffered an injury earlier in the season, so was not able to be fit enough to participate in this one. Simon Kiprop, Koech, another big name in the steeplechase. He will also be competing in this one, born on June 10th, 2003, a Diamond League champion. In 2023, secured multiple Diamond League victories and has a personal best time of 8 minutes 4.19 seconds set in Monaco in 2023. That is 2 years ago. So there they are. Simon Kiprop, of course, African Games bronze medalist, national champion this year, won it right here at the Lindsay Sports Complex, having been dethroned last year and claiming victory this year. There is Geoffrey Kip Kemoi Kirwa. Yet another name to watch out in this. And as we await for the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase, I'll hand over to Charity, who will be speaking to Faith Kipyegon. Over to you, Charity.
Sorry. I'm joined here by Faith Kipyegon.
I'm not funny, sorry.
It's Faith who is making jokes here. Faith, first of all, congratulations. A wonderful season for you. Another world record in the 1500. What are your arrangements for the season? Now we are here for the trials. September inakukalia vipi?
Nataka kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu sana. So far the season nilianza vizuri. Nilianza na CMN. After CMN nika prepare the under 4, the breaking 4. And it was a successful event, and then going to Prefontaine Classic, running a world record. That was really special. So I thank God the preparation have been so good. The body is healthy, so they head up towards Tokyo now. Yeah.
Already 1500 and the 10,000, 5,000 will be doubling up. Last time, from the experience for the last for the Olympics, and now going on to the World Championships, what are some of the lessons that you'll be taking on?
Well, I think I would say the experience from last year. Many people saw what happened after, getting a DQ over the 5,000 and still, head up towards the 1,500 because it was the following day. Now that heading to Tokyo, that the 1,500 is starting and then 5,000, I feel so good and I'm happy about that. The schedule is favorable. It's nice to start with my event and then after the 5,000. So I'm looking forward. I'm healthy and we hope joining the team with Beatrice, with Agnes, and the other lady. I think we are going to do our best to make sure that we bring the medals back home. Yeah.
The breaking 4 was an inspirational moment kwa Wakenya wengi. Perhaps what message would you like to tell, and will you be attempting it again?
I will say yes, I will be attempting, and I said before, I said in Paris that if it will not come to my way, it will be someone else one day, one time. I think this is a message that to young girls that we have to push ourselves to what we want to do or what we dream of. So this is something to dare and dream and dare to think of what else can I do. So I think this message was really beautiful to the young girls. So I think the message was sent out that we have to dream and make our dreams valid. Yeah.
Your teammate Abel Kirui has announced his retirement. What message would you like to tell him?
I wish him all the best. He's a very nice person. He always motivated the young generation as well. So I just want to wish him all the best in his retirement, and we hope we will see him around. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you. Yeah.
That was Faith Kipyegon. She's saying that she's healthy and she's looking forward to
the 3,000 4 men, and it's a very thin field, just 5 athletes. Simon Kiprop-Koech, Edmund Seremebo, Abraham Kibiwot, Jeffrey Kirua, and Benjamin Kigen. A thin field tells you how things and how the times they have changed in this event, Gregory.
We have a world junior champion, we have a former Commonwealth champion, and we have 2 bronze medalists from the Paris and Tokyo Olympic Games. So this is going to be very interesting. And I'm just looking at the lineup we have here. Amos Serem, of course, missing out through injury, is one of the guys we were looking forward to seeing compete in Tokyo. But then his brother Edmund is here, a world champion and world under-20 champion from Lima, Peru last year. Did great things there. And Benjamin Kigen, a household name in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and of course Amos Koech, another name that Abraham Koech, who has Abraham Kibiwot, who has a pedigree, medals for this country, gold in Birmingham, silver in 2018 in the Commonwealth Games, and of course bronze in Paris Olympics. This is a race that I believe will be very stiff and competitive.
7.5 laps it is around this place, and remember that Kenya has dominated the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and this dominance was put to an end, specifically, if we have to say, if you have to consider, if somebody, considering their country of birth, and you have to say was the Moroccan El Bakali Sufyan is the one who stopped this domination. But we had seen Ben Abad trying to pull that off.
El Bakali, of
looking
course,
at all the world championships. I think apart from the first 2, it was a whole Kenyan affair until Said Shaheen put a pause to it
in 2003
and 2005. And after that, it was an all Kenyan affair until Doha 2019.
When El Bakali just about beat Conseslus Kipruto, who never really recovered from that.
Yes, that's a whole sad story about it.
Edmund Serem, like running from the back. I'm looking at him like he looks to be in really good shape. But then Benjamin Kigen, he's the most experienced in this field, of course, having competed over a decade in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. Abraham Kibiwot. There is Simon Kiprop-Koech, the national champion in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Just about won it in the last few weeks here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. So the mission is to topple El Bakali.
And the question is, who's going to do that? Is it going to be Edmund Serem? Is it going to be Kigen, or is Abraham Kibiwot finally going to get that one moment that has been running away from him? Think of Budapest last year, Sufyan El Bakali, Lamecha Girma, and Abraham Kibiwot was the top 3.
Winning bronze in that one. He went ahead, he won also bronze at the Paris Games. So it's tricky, very tricky. It's not about who qualifies, but how they make it to Paris, to Tokyo.
That's where all our eyes are on, as we see some coach as they go around that bend. They've got 4 laps to go, 4:19 on the clock. That's 3.5 laps done. The one thing everyone's asking is, can we see anybody run inside the 8:15 that is required to qualify, as we see an injection of pace coming in?
If you look at this lineup, I think all of them have run inside 8:15. So it now depends on who runs the fastest and clinches the top 2 positions.
The entry standard is nobody's problem, unless Benjamin Keegan tries to pull off that one big one. But each and every one of these men knows what the target is.
The national champion still in the lead.
Yes, Koech still at the front. Kibiwot is behind him. You can see Keegan, Jeffrey Kirwa.
Starting a little bit as Edmund now decides to start closing down on Simon Kiprop.
Benjamin Keegan, who's running on what he would consider 100% his home track.
Being a KDF officer.
He has been dropped from that, and so it's 3. Kibiwot, Koech. What's in the mind of Serem and Kilo?
This will be very close. This will be very close to be fiercely contested. Was this done intentionally?
You would have to find out. Because 5 elite athletes, it's by invitation, and this is those who have got, and these are the ones who collected their bids yesterday.
This will be very interesting. And all of them have attained the standard qualification time of 8:15. Edmund Serem now closing that gap between Kiprop and Kibiwot.
And also we've got Simon Koech. You can see
the national champion.
The national champion. He's right at the front. It's single file, and the pace that they are having at the moment tells you that these people mean business.
Look at Edmund, he looks really strong. He's barely broken a sweat. And Kibiwot using that experience, of course, as seasonal runner, and has represented Kenya both at the Olympic and the World Championship, the Commonwealth Games, everywhere. He is in line for this one. But then the long strides of Edmund Serem just showing that he is in for something special, the World Junior Champion, as they navigate through that. It is 2.5 laps to go. This is going to be very, very tightly, fiercely contested. And look at Benjamin Keegan. He's fallen way, way back, allowing Kibiwot and Koech, together with Edmund, to hit the front as they hit the bell.
This is where it's all going to be decided. 7:39. You're looking at probably 50 seconds. 8:29. They've all met the qualifying standards. Benjamin Keegan has fallen back, and it is now time for Serem to show what he's made of. What kind of kick does he have? It's all happening as he's trying to go round Abraham Kibiwot. Koech is there. Serem hits the front. Koech does not want anyone past him. 2 more barriers to go, and that includes the water jump that is just round the bend. Kibiwot looking comfortable. He won a bronze at the last World Championships in Budapest. He knows that his place in the team is still one look over his left shoulder, and it is now Edmund Serem who's decided that he's going to kick and give a thrilling finish to this 3,000 meter steeplechase event. He's got a gap that is clear, so it's going to be Edmund Serem who wins this. The winning time
8:38.02.
8:38.02 is fair. So that's within any standard that you'd expect here. Taking second place is Simon Koech, Abraham Kibiwot in 4th, Jeffrey Kirwa takes 4th place, and Benjamin Keegan.
Speaking to Edmund Serem earlier on this year, he said that they know exactly what they need to do to topple the likes of El Bakali and Girma in the 3,000 meter steeplechase and reclaim the title, rather bring it back home. And Edmund, you can feel that he has that energy, and of course that he's been a very patient man. He's watched his brother do this. He went to Lima, won the gold, and right now he knows that maybe it is time to conquer. Abraham Kibiwot, an ever-present figure for Team Kenya in the steeplechase. This is one of the athletes we always say a medal prospect. He's gone there, delivered. Despite all the odds, Abraham Kibiwot has always been there. Simon Koech one athlete that always promising, the national champion, now ready to conquer the world. Will they do it in Tokyo? It's just a matter of months before we know it.
With the steeplechase done, it's now the full lap, the double lap event that will be coming up next. The 800 meters, men and women. This is going to be interesting. No Mary Moran in the 800, but look out for the field that's going to come. Everyone wants to have a word with Kibiwot.
Purity Chepkirui, Vivian Kiprotich, Lilian Odira, the national champion, Sarah Mora, Naomi Korir, Dorcas Ewoy, 800 meters women final coming up after this.
And you see, that is with them. You can see that the anti-doping agency of Kenya officials are already here. Once you're done with the race,
they randomly pick an athlete.
Yes. You can see that's a stage where has been set. Main function for that stage is entertainment.
Actually, look at Edmund Serem. He looks really strong. I know he could have run even a faster time. Could Simon Koech have offered enough resistance? But then we have to hear what both of them have to say after this spectacular race. Over to you, Charity. Seems Charity is not ready, so Edmund Serem once again just showing the rest of the world what he's capable of doing. Gold in Lima, Peru for the World Under 20, and up to now he's headed for the Tokyo Games. Charity says she's ready and she'll be speaking to Edmund and Simon Koech. Over to you, Charity.
Thank you so much, Mlemi and Daniel Wahome. I'm joined here by World Under 20 champion Lima, Peru, Edmund Serem. Edmund, umekuwa na more experience tangu under 20. Una feel aje sahi now that you've made it for your first senior team?
Leo na feel vizuri, nimekimbia vizuri, I was well prepared, so nilikuwa nakuja hapa kaa niko prepared. Yes.
During Kipkeino tukiongea na wewe, you saw the way that stadium cheered for you, wakiku encourage, your parents walikuwa hapa. Ulisema nini hiyo siku?
Hiyo siku nilikuwa na furaha na nikawaambia kuwa siwezi wa let down kwa races ambao nitaenda, na pia sasa kwa sahi time yenye nimechukua trials ya kwenda Tokyo, nikifika huko pia siwezi wa fail. Yes.
Okay. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. That was Edmund Serem saying that he is well prepared for the Tokyo Championships. He's had enough time to have experience competing with the seniors athletes. He's been competing in the Diamond League races and also in other invitational meets. He's also saying that he will be carrying the memory that he made there during Kipkeino Classic, where the stadium, it was a standing ovation for him. They cheered him. He said that's a memory that he will always be carrying home and whenever he's competing and representing Kenya. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome, as we continue with the next race.
Speaking to Edmund Serem, the world junior champion in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, now qualified for the Tokyo 2025 games in September. Strong work there coming from Serem, who of course speaks with confidence, was the captain for Team Kenya at the World Under 20 Championships, as we wait for the start of the 800 meters that is coming up in a bit. Dignitaries here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex on this day that we witness who represents Team Kenya at the World Athletics Championship. So 800 meters coming up, Purity Chepkirui, Vivian Kiprotich, the national 800 meters champion Lilian Odira, Sarah Moran, Naomi Korir, and Dorcas Ewoy. Of course, Mary Moran not participating in this one because she's already qualified for the Tokyo Games.
Now we can tell actually who up there is somebody who's shy, and there is Martin Keno and Paul Tergat. Martin Asante, the legend, Kip Keno, he was a pace setter, a rabbit, was involved in 7 world records as a rabbit during his athletics career with Paul Tergat, who has 2 Olympic silvers. He has been a world record holder in a marathon, so everything that works.
Martin Keno will be a commentator at the World Athletics Championships together with the former Olympic gold medalist Wilfried Bungei. So good stride there to see Kenyans also represented in that field at the World Athletics Championships. But looking at Lilian Odira, her graph has been on the ascending. At the Kip Keno Classic, she posted a personal best of 158.31, and she did qualify for the game. So she's here just to stamp authority and ensure that she maintains what she's been doing throughout the year, and retained the national championship, Lilian Odira. And she's been at the World Continental Tours several times, and in the Sirikwa Classic, she finished second in the 2-kilometer loop race in a time of 6 minutes 47 seconds.
And looking at this field is Vivian Chebet Kiprotich. That has been the one big revelation. And remember, Sarah Moran, not to be confused
with Mary
Moran. And also,
they're not cousins.
They're not cousins, they're not sisters. They just share a name. Jane Smith and Sarah Smith, those are 2 different, doesn't mean they're siblings. So somebody decided that they were going to, decided that they are Moran in 800 meters, and that means they're related. That's not the case. But overall, it's going to be a big competition. Mary Moran with that Diamond League trophy doesn't have to compete here. But we've seen her do at the anchor leg in the 4x400 meters women. The Kenyan team trying to make time. As we see the track judges in conversation. SJAC President Emeritus, the current one. Chris Mbaisi and James Waindi in conversation. And you see people with those start lists and all that details there. As you can see, most of the field events all done. We had the javelin, we had the women's triple jump. So there was activity around that happening there. And actually, there's a screen to our left, what I would call the Langata Road end of the stadium. And that's where they are. They see themselves on that screen and immediately they start dancing. And there's always a camera somewhere that is not going to miss any moment that people bring out. The women's 800 meters, and also we've got the men's 800 meters. Actually, the men's 800 meters is packed. Where athletes are going to share lanes. Lanes 3, 4, 5, 7 and 8 will be shared. All happening. It's live at 8 a.m. BC Channel 1. And so all this, and that's the color that you see as it goes on. Everyone moves away now from the track, and they decide that they are going to shake a leg. The women's 800 meters, Janet Jeff Kosgei, she's been world champion 2007, has been instrumental in the way when has come up, everything coming much later, together with, she always used to see Mimi Suman and say, this is my daughter.
Yeah.
Looking at the prospect, because we now know we have Mary Moran, for Lilian Odira, what needs to be done, because we saw her trying to make her presence felt at the last games. But that hasn't hit top. How much more are we going to see from these young 800-meter prospects?
I'm just looking at how well we evolve in the 800 meters. The likes of Eunice Sum, Janet Jepkosgei, Pamela Jelimo, then we have Mary Moran. It just shows this continuity, and we hope the likes of Lilian Odira will be able to replicate that and of course continue the trend, because this is one event where we always say, Kenya show up a medal. Just looking at the anxiety in the crowd, they want to see a little bit of action, of course mixed with entertainment going on the other side of the pitch. It is one of those days you say, it's a family day out of, as they say, it's not happening now. And we just await to see who's coming out of the call room. 8 athletes expected. So KDF officers also enjoying a good day of athletics here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, with 3 events to go.
And that's
the 800 meters final.
2 of them, and the 2 400 meters events for the men, rather for the men and the women.
And interestingly, we witnessed 2 records, not national records, but fastest times being posted here by the ladies in the relays. And that shows you that maybe we are in for something special, and hoping that the ladies finish within the 16 top-ranked teams or countries and do something positive in Tokyo.
Well, at the moment, the lull that we're having is we're waiting for the call room to be clear so that athletes can now get onto the track. And it's just 6 athletes for the 800 meters. Well, you'll see him dressed at every event in this same outfit. I wonder how many he has.
Where does he keep it? Seems to be too heavy.
You can see. Now, I can tell you what's going on. Somebody's just taken a screenshot. This chap there is being told to make one kwa TV.
They say it on KBC Channel 1.
More people now haven't come together. Their presence on the screen. Trying to figure out how they are. The roaming cameras are all there. Just a part of the color that we can witness right here. So remember, 2 laps, the 400 meters. This is a battle. Only 3 athletes have qualified. Will we see them? Will we see somebody improve on that? Trying to look, you can tell at where the true heart of all of these people lies. It's in the beauty of running. As Kenya does the trials, trying to build up on a very huge medal tally, 171 medals in total, 65 gold, 58 silver, and 48 bronze. And those ones have been won over the years. Also present here, Paul Bitok, Vice President of the Kenya Volleyball Federation. Camaraderie amongst the people here is known. It's not an event to be missed at any one point. We're looking at the men's 800-meter field that's going to be coming much later. You know, the entry standard for the men's 800 meters has been set at 144.5. But looking at the performance of athletes this season, it has been one explosive year. Nicholas Kebenei, Kelvin Loti, Wycliffe Kinyamal, Emmanuel Wanyonyi. When you take a look at all these athletes,
you can see Vivian Chariot in the house.
Yes, that's Vivian Chariot. That's Alan. He's there, and the daughter has decided that she's going to take a nap. Vivian Chariot, by the way, Olympic champion over 5,000, world champion over the 5,000 and also the 10,000.
The best race I've watched her run was in 2016 Rio, when her and Obiri decided, this is our race, we're going to do what you want to do with it. Alma Zayana just decided to fade out in that 10,000 meters.
Actually, it was a 5,000 because
it was a 5,000 meters.
It was a race execution strategy that caught them by surprise. Still remember it because over the 25 laps, everyone kept up with her. Then suddenly,
it was that
mid-race, there was a burst where she did 60 seconds for a lap. Well, all the previous laps, she was doing them at 60 something. She was doing them in 60s. So she kept going, and that is what caught everyone by surprise. And when Helen Obiri and Vivian Chariot decided to, now went to the 5,000, is when they changed the execution strategy. And it worked. Because what they did was that they did not fall into that trap where after 7 laps, 6 laps or so, she surged forward, creating a gap. They did not fall into that trap because even that caught Almaz Ayana unawares. Because as they tried to execute that kind of race strategy, it went sideways for her. She just couldn't do it.
So the delay, is it because of the time that had been set on the timetable or the schedule? I'm looking at that unprecedented delay before the 2 events, but right now we can confirm that we are ready for the 800 meters women final. Entertainment, of course, still going on. But just to give you the lineup of the 800 meters women final: Purity Chepkirui, Vivian Kiprotich, Lilian Odira, Sarah Mora, Naomi Korir, Dorcas Ewoi. They are walking down the track to the start line. It is the 800 meters women final. Of course, expect plenty of entertainment this afternoon here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, the venue for trials. So
4 athletes,
4 athletes only. This is very interesting. It's Sarah Mora, Lilian Odira. I can see,
and Vivian Kiprotich.
And Purity Chepkirui.
For Purity Chepkirui, this is one brave move, because if you look at it from people's point of view, she's trying to get into 159. Naomi Korir, 2:00:43 outside of qualifying. Dorcas Ewoi, 2:01:29 outside of qualifying. Looks everything like a safe move. But for Vivian Kiprotich, Lilian Odira, and Sarah Mora, all within inside the qualifying time of 1:59 for the women's 800 meters.
So who is it gonna be? Is it Purity Chepkirui, Vivian Chebet, Kiprotich, Lilian Odira, or Sarah Mora? Smiles all the way from Sarah Mora as she walked down the track. There she is on your screens, Sarah Mora. She's excelled well at the juniors and now feels it's time for her to conquer the world. Missed out at the Olympic trials. Purity Chepkirui trying to see if she can go below 1 minute in the 800 meters. A very composed figure there. And then the two, Lilian Odira and Vivian Jabet. Lilian Odira, of course, 158.53. Sarah Mora, 158.96. And Vivian Jabet Kiprotich, 158.26. A sip of water before the storm in this 2-lap race. It's the 800 meters women final.
In lane 3, we've got Purity Chepkirui. Lane 4 is Viv and Chebet Kiprotich. Lilian Odira is in 5, and Sarah Mora is in 6. You can see them as they are being introduced, the AK trials. Purity Chepkirui, 22 years old. Vivian Kiprotich, 29. Lilian Odira is 28, and Sarah Mora, who is yet to turn 20, still 19 years old, and they're here getting ready to blow this race away. After that will be the men's 800 meters. Two laps on this track, and it's to select 3, because we know the 3 who already have made time, and they're the ones who've already hit the front already in this race, sticking onto their lanes till they go around the first bends, and after the cones is when they all get inside that lane. It's not an explosive start to this race. The only person who has the urgency to run as fast as they can is Chepkirui, given the fact that she has not met the entry standard of 2:00.99. Mary Mora has got that wildcard entry. She didn't have to run here. Same as we didn't see Faith running here. Keep her gone in as much as she is in attendance, knowing very well that her position is already confirmed. I'm looking at this and I'm trying to imagine if I'm watching a heptathlon race in the 800 meters, or I'm watching a 800 meters competitive race, because the time on the clock as they get to the bell,
1:15. This is really slow.
1:15. That means you're talking about 2:30 pace, and nobody
has making a new move. You see, for Lilian Odira, she's already qualified for the games. Look at them, they're jogging. Sarah Mora needs to make a move, because this is a race where she might also miss out if she doesn't really run according to her calculations.
Chepkirui, who's got the white and yellow bib, is the one who really needed this. But if you just take a look at how that race execution was done, 1:15 at 400, she would have to run 44. And it is now between Sarah Mora and Lilian Odira as they go down. Rotich is also in that mix. Remember, Kenya can enter 4, and if it's going to be 84, it's Mary Mora and these 3. Lilian Odira breaks that, and
2:13. That's really slow. She gets a hug from the reigning champion, Mary Mora. I know it was all about the placements, because Mary Mora is already in that plane. Lilian Odira, of course, confirming that. But then for Sarah Mora, once again missing out in Team Kenya, because last time out she missed narrowly going to the Olympic Games. She expected to join Mary Mora in that. Lilian Odira right now has stamped her authority. She rules the land when it comes to 800 meters here in Kenya.
So we know front names from that. It's pretty straightforward, because I don't see Sarah Mora being excluded, given her stature. But
looking at this, I think they played into Lilian Odira's game, because she was so relaxed. So when they realized that, look here, we are not going to make to make it if we don't actually run our race. And Lilian Odira was like, after all, I've already done this before, and you see she was so relaxed coming into this one, and that just confirms that these two are up to something when the games come in Tokyo.
We want to see how they work together as a team, especially when we get to the later stages of the competition, especially the semis and how they execute the final.
So were the flowers meant for Sarah or Lilian?
For the winner, I would have to say. Because Mary Mora is that's a gesture to say welcome to this team.
Sarah Mora finishing third.
2:13.95, that is an odd time given the quality of the field that we had here. The men's 800 is coming up next.
For the men, you said it's a packed field. Some will be sharing lanes. And Brian Kiptum Kwewei, 1:45.09 coming into this one. Aaron Cheminingwa, 1:45.21. Alex Mieno Kipngetich, 1:45.02. And then there is General Anyasa of Ethiopia. Will be running in this one. But before that, we'll have to hear what Charity has to say, because she'll be speaking to the winner, Lilian Odira. Over to you, Charity.
Thank you so much, Mlemi and Wahome. I'm joined here by Lilian Odira. She's been having an impressive season over the year. And first of all, from the loading that she did during the cross-country season, and now she's been able to make it for the World Championships in Tokyo. So, Lilian, uko vipi? How do you feel about it?
I think I'm so grateful first to the Almighty. I want to thank God all throughout the season. It has been nice because of Him. So I want to thank Him, and I want to thank my coach and my family first. So far the season has been good, and I thank God. Yeah.
Oh, you already hold several titles in the cross country. The loading, how helpful was it to you?
I think this season I concentrated much on the loading, doing so many cross countries. I did the 10K, the 2 kilometers loop, and I think it has been helpful to me toward this season, because I saw the season was long. So we sat down with my coach and decided to do a lot of endurance. So now that when we'll be heading to Tokyo, we were first focusing on to make it to the team to Tokyo, and now we're grateful we've done it. So I think now our main focus is going to be on the speed work here. Yeah.
Now you are four of you, Mora, the defending champion, and now you are. What is going to be the plan? You have your dream team?
I think so far, what we're going to work on is we will first, when we go to the camp, we're gonna work hard, work as a team, so that we make sure we bring the glory, but we're first going to work as a team and see what is possible. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That one is Lilian Odira. She's saying that they are going to be focusing as a team in the 400 meters for them to ensure that they can be able to bring in the glory in the country. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome. But before I hand you over, remember that we're live on.
Thank you very much, Charity, who's trackside, and speaking with Lilian Odira, who's taken the women's 800 meters at the Kenyan trials right here. And so we are now going to be headed into the men's 800 meters, and you can see that field as they make their way.
Brian Kiptum Kwewei, Aaron Cheminingwa, Alex Mieno, General Berhamu Ayansa, Wycliffe Kinyamal, Noah Kibet, Kelvin Kimutai, Ferguson Rotich, and Nicholas Kebene, Festus Lagat, Cornelius Tuwei, Laban Kipkorir, Chepkwony, and Collins Kipruto. Of course, many will be focusing on Ferguson Rotich, who has been an ever-present figure in this race. There is Ferguson Rotich. But watch out for the likes of Kinyamal, Kebene, and Cheminingwa.
looking at this field with those who have already met the entry standard of 1:44.5. First include Emmanuel Wanyonyi. So Emmanuel is inside there. We also have got Wycliffe Kinyamal, we have Kelvin Loti, we have Nicholas Kebenei, we have Festus Lagat, who's also made the time. So let's see how this one's going to be executed. You can see that Ferguson Rotich is here. When he first broke into the Kenyan team, just over 10 years ago, he had never run under lights.
Wow.
So he had to be given an opportunity to run under lights by virtue of winning the trials. It was a shock result, ready to the team. Still remember what he said, Sijai kimbia kwa mata. So a big opportunity for him. That's what the Kenyan trials can do.
Cheminingwa, Kinyamal, very unlucky over the recent past, but he's one outstanding 800-meter runner. Noah Kibet has very, very blistering pace when it comes to the last 200. There is Kevin Kimtai Loti, 1:43.61. And then the man himself, the most experienced runner, this man has always been there. Ferguson Rotich, Nicholas Kebenei, Cornelius Tuwei, Laban Kipruto, and Collins Kipruto, and Laban Kipkorir Chepkony.
Collins Kipruto, modern day Mr. Indoors, and so it's going to be the start of the next 800 meters.
A very experienced field here in the 800 meters as they take off in this 2-lap race. A rich field that has both upcoming and young and experienced athletes. Noah Kibet, born in 2004. Ferguson Rotich, born in 1998. This is going to be very, very interesting. Let's see who has what it takes to make it to Team Kenya. The standard entry time, of course, 1 minute, 44 seconds. So we wait to see who will break the barrier, who will join the likes of David Rudisha, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, those who have already made it at the top. Emmanuel Wanyonyi, the world champion over this distance, is not here, but then who joins him in that plane to Tokyo? It is the 800 meters as they shape up. That is Mr. Kebenei currently in the lead as they take the bell. It's push and shove. Kenyaman pushed back a little bit. It is going to be very, very tight. This is the 800 meters. One of the races that Kenya always succeeds. David Rudisha, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, Paul Eren, Billy Conchela, all of them have succeeded in this one. They brought gold to Kenya, and now it is time to know who joins Emmanuel Wanyonyi, the current world champion, in this 800 meters. Loti trying so hard from the outside. It is going to be a neck-to-neck race. It is going to be very fast. We'll be looking at the time. Loti trying so hard, but then Kebenei's long strides will always prove to be very, very pivotal. And then from the outside, this is very, very interesting. Of course, we'll be looking at the time. Loti, he ran 1:43, his personal best. He will be a man in the conversation. What will be the time? 1:44. It is Kebenei winning that. It is 1:43. So the celebration is on. He's into that plane to Tokyo. Daniel.
When you take a look at what he has done and his race execution, it is so huge. You can see Julius Hiego quite excited. He's trackside, did away with his, did his javelin thing quite some time, and what a moment it is for Nicholas Kebenei. When you see him celebrating like this, he's now trying to get, his name tag off, walking on the Bermuda grass at the Olinji Sports Complex. You know,
wow.
You have got to do that because
finally he's made it to Team Kenya.
Then we had
Mr.
Loti and Alex Ngeno Kipentich. Those are the three who've gone past the line. And if you just ask me, that looks like the team that's headed to Tokyo. And Nicholas Kebene, he has given it his all. To pick that up. Ferguson Rotich out in 6th. Missing out on another major event. And Nicholas Kebene now heading towards the start where he has got to do media duties. He has let it soak. He has let it get to him. He's decided that he's going to ground his body for a few minutes so that he believes that he's won the trials. Look at it. That face, the grit and the determination. Look at all the faces with Collins Kipruto right at the end. But you can see everyone here was fighting to get one of those 2 automatic slots. Nicholas Kebene is the one who's done it. He looked behind and look at his celebration. You can't take that away from him.
He's really fought for this, and of course he will be very happy with the performance here. And you look at how competitive this field was. He deserves this. Julius Diego, are they best of friends? I've just seen him still exchanging niceties there, and I know he'll be very jubilated, and just looking forward to hear what he has to say about this performance. The strides, the acceleration, the agility, and of course how well he shrugged off the rest of the field to win this 800 meters. It's something that we can talk about. This has been one of the best races for today.
1:43.54 the winning time by Nicholas Kebene. Kevin Loti with a 1:43.9. Alex Ngeno Kipentich 1:44.46, and Laban Korir Chepkoni 1:44.54. Ferguson Rotich with a 1:46.4. Festus Lagat 46.38. Looks the only time that is missing and should be somewhere else belongs to Wycliffe Kinyamal.
Wycliffe Kinyamal did not finish because he might have proved something, and as I said earlier, quite unlucky for Kinyamal, who's always tried so hard to get into the top of things, but then Kebene really did what was supposed to be done to qualify for that. Him and Loti already into that team.
Well, actually Wycliffe Kinyamal did not finish, must have dropped off with about 100 meters to go, because the focus was on this front gang who have pushed the best. And you can imagine at 30 years is when for something like for Nicholas Kebene is breaking into the national team. It's been a long wait.
It's been a long wait, and of course he's a man who's always shown that resilience, a man who's always been there and participated in each and almost every track and field event, and apparently ultimately joining the team that will be heading to Tokyo. But I know he is very, very excited, and he will have very nice words to say. And Charity is lining up an interview with Kebene. Over to you, Charity.
Katika mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kutoka hapa Ulinzi, na leo nafarijika kuwa na mshindi ambaye ameibukia katika mbio za wanaume mita 800. Karibu sana Kebene. Congratulations. How was the race?
The race was perfect, and the weather was all fine. Yeah.
What challenges did you encounter?
Of course, 800 has been a hectic event since, and with preparation have been tough, and I'm just thankful because of the strength of the day and good execution, and the end of the race was perfect. Yeah.
Were you ready for today?
Of course, it has been years. I started trials for World Champs 2017. Haven't been into World Champs team, and I say let it be today. Yeah, sure.
And the time, were you satisfied?
I saw the time was 1:43, of which it is perfect. Seeing and Kaisening for the big times, maybe 1:41 when it comes to World Champs. Yeah.
Anything to add? Maybe when you go to Tokyo, what are you going to concentrate on?
Going to Tokyo, I think we have to make our country proud. We'll have to scoop medals there and come home proud. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
And to your fans.
With the big support of my fans, I say thank you. With my parents around, my uncle Mag Mutai have been so motivational to me, and I think he was good in 400, and I think the talent is going all along. Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Let me take over. Let me take over.
Two more events to go, the 400 meters women and the 400 meters men final.
Yes, and the 400 meters women's events, we're going to have two of them. We're going to have two hits, and all the athletes who are entered are there. Given that the 400 meters entry standard is 50.75 seconds, Masi Akech is one of those who may have hit that. Maybe Mora trying to get that one after getting a few. Get okay.
So Sarah Bosibori, that is semi-final number 1. That's heat number 1. Sylvia Chesebe, Helen Sombua, Rahab Wanjiru, Anne Mbatha, Lucia Morris. In heat number 2, Vanis Kerubo, Gladys Mumbe, Lanolin Aoko, Masi Okech, Mary Mora, Masi Chebet, Leni Shida, and Esther Mbagari.
And so this is where you see the fastest of the women who are out there, and with all the activity happening, you can see that there's the arrival of some of the people occupying that VIP area.
That's Lilian Odira.
Yes.
Still elated after her win, and the bouquet of flowers from Mary Mora, who will be competing the 400 meters. I hope she returns the favor.
And looking at the recent results, Mary Mora was celebrating a time that from in Belgium, as we see the arrival of the principal secretary, yes, State Department for Sport, Elijah Mwangi.
He's had quite a week. He's traversed the country, but made sure that he's here. He's the chief guest in this event.
And you see, for the PS and this principal secretary and the cabinet secretary and the principal secretary, quite a busy time for them. So President Zolder, when we take ads, the results from this. And this is where we had Mora competing in the 400 meters flat. and making a presence felt. You know, when Mary Moraa celebrates, you know.
She's felt it.
She's felt it.
Mr. Barnaba Korir.
You can see there is quite a lot of activity going on at the moment.
It's almost time to name Team Kenya, so the dignitaries have to be seated in the right positions. It's also a chance for bloggers to get the best clips, because this event happens only once in 2 years.
See that everyone's now getting ready for the women's 400 meters. .49 was the winning time for Mary Moraa in hoist and Zolder, and that means that she's qualified to do a double in the 400 meters and the 800 meters.
And 800 meters. Of course, her personal best 50.14, and I'm looking at this list, the entries. I'm looking at heat number 1 and heat number 2. The only person who comes close to Mary Moraa is Mercy. Actually, it is Mercy Okech, who's actually qualified for the Tokyo Games. Mary Moraa 51.51 is still looking for the time. Mercy Chebet 52.78 is the third fastest in these 2 hits.
You must catch as the people who are in charge of this stadium coming through, and you can tell just where the activity, the VIPs who are coming in, and so some order is required.
It's in the more dignitaries still getting in, representatives from the sponsors, and of course the crowd still electrifying the stadium here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, with 3 more events to go. Two disciplines, the 400 meters men and women, the 400 meters women, 2 races coming up, with the 400 meters men completing what I can say has been a very amazing day of athletics. Traditionally, we could have ended this race with the 3,000 meter steeplechase. What happened?
Well, considering that we even had a field of 5 for the men, then that is not the electricity that is provided. And at the moment, remember, also, it's something that we've got to give Ezekiel Kemboy his flowers for. This man was an entertainer in more than one way.
And the consistency.
We've seen him win all of that, and at his peak, anytime he showed up somewhere, you knew that there was going to be a reason for people to cheer, and also a reason for people to get into some levels of celebration. We haven't seen that kind of a thing. Now we have got Mary Moraa in the 800 meters, changes a lot. It's something that you can't take away from her, but it is that kind of entertainment, the extra color that the athletes give, that really brings out everything that is entertainment at the Kenyan trials. And you can imagine at that point he was competing with the likes of Paul Kipsang in that.
Bremen Kipruto.
And Bremen Kipruto. There was a whole group of...
And the Diamond League specialist.
Yeah,
Paul Kipsang.
So
then it was called the Grand Prix.
And they've seen it change. They've won the Olympic gold medals. They've won the world championships for us. There is nothing we take of. Oh, we can't forget Richard Martelon. Also.
Richard Martelon.
That generation of steeplechasers, put it up there. We saw Conseslus Kipruto coming in, but after Doha really hasn't hit form again.
Winning in 2017 and then did not replicate that in 2019, and having won the Olympic gold in Rio de Janeiro. Conseslus, many had hopes in him, but then for Ezekiel Kemboi, 4 times world champion, 2009, 2011, 2013, 2015, that is quite some streak.
And you can imagine 2008 was an off year for him as far as the Olympics are concerned.
In Athens, in Beijing.
In Beijing.
Yes.
But here he was, came up and kept lighting everything up. Always known as Fontorbo of Kenyan Athletics. So waiting for that 400 meter start, and the men's 400 meters. This is where we're going to have athletes who want to join the flight to Tokyo, Japan. Brian Tinega, George Mutinda, Kelvin Tanui, Alan Kipiego, Zablon Ekwam, Kevin Kipkorir, Wiseman Were, and Dennis Masika. Kenya looking for that 400 meter medal again after years. Always seems to elude all them at different points in time.
The 400 meters men final will be fireworks. You look at the times posted by the likes of Weissman, the likes of Mweresa. Very interesting times, but as we await for the start, Charity is on the track side together with Isaac Lemoka. I'm sure a couple of interviews have been lined up, so we'll be handing over to them for the interviews just before the 400 meters men and women final.
So the crowd waiting for the 400 meter athletes to leave the call room. It was looking good, as you know, there's a way that the athletes work with their mind. As
thank you so much, Mulemi and Wahome. I'm joined here by Penina, Director, Standards and Compliance at the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya. Madam Penina, we have the requirements that the athletes are supposed to meet before traveling for the World Championships. Have you been able to reach out to all the athletes that you are targeting for this competition?
Thank you, Charity. Yes, I can say yes. We've been able to reach out to the athletes. In collaboration with Athletics Kenya, we got a long list of athletes that we've been testing. We also have a lot of athletes in the LTP that we have been testing so far. So yes, we've been able to do the first series of tests and almost completed with the second series of tests. And the good thing is that between now and the time we come to the end of the compliance time, we will have sufficient time to go for the third test. Yes.
With the recent case where we had the world record holder Ruth Chepngetich taking a voluntary suspension, being suspended by WADA, it caused some questions about Team Kenya. Are we sending a clean team?
Yes, thank you. That is just one athlete. Remember that Kenya, we have a big pool of athletes, and as far as we are concerned and from where we speak from today, the team is clean. Yes. Yes.
What are some of the advices you'd like to tell for the athletes who have already been in the team?
Our message to the team is that they continue competing clean, train hard, and they make sure that they also honor their obligations for whereabouts reporting, because most of the tests that we do are out of competition, and we find them from wherever information that they have provided us, and it is important that they are found when we want to look for them. Otherwise, we don't want to have cases of missed tests or non-compliant whereabouts, because those are avoidable. Yes, if the athletes remain vigilant. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's always been a wonderful time hosting you here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that was Madam Penina Wahome from ADAC. She's talking about the requirements for Team Kenya, and she's saying so far they have been able to reach the target athletes they wanted, and she's hoping that the team who will be representing Kenya will be okay. Over to you, Mulemi and Wahome.
Charity, speaking to the acting CEO of the Anti-Doping Association of Kenya, ADAC, Penina Wahome, and a little bit of entertainment before the start of women. 2 hits in that one. Watch out for hit number 2, where the likes of Mercy Chebet, Mary Mora, Mercy Odongo Okech will be competing. In the 400 meters men final, we'll have Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui, George Mutinda, Brian Onyari Tinega, Alan Kipiego, Zablon Kwam, Kelvin Kipkorir, Weisman Were, and Dennis Mulongo. So we're gearing up for the first hit of the semi-final in the women category. Sarah Bosibori, Sylvia Chemutai, Helen Siombua, Rahab Wanjiru, Ann Batha, and Lucia Morris. So in the men, George Mutinda, Brian Tinega, Alan Kipiego, Zablan Ekwam, Kelvin Kipkorir, Westman Were Mukobe, Dennis Masika Mulongo. Crowd enjoying the band here at the Ninja Sports Complex as we head towards the big tail end of events here. The entertainers from police as they usher in the athletes to compete in the 400 meters semi-final number 1. Is at the Sports Complex, ready to see who will earn a ticket to the Tokyo Games. That is Sarah Bosibori, running in lane number 3. Helen Siombua walking down the track in lane number 6 will be Rahab Wanjiru Ndirangu. That is Rahab Wanjiru adjusting the blocks. So we are ready for the 400 meters semi-finals, heat number 1.
Looking at this event, it will be considered the B final of the women's 400 with looking at the list of the women who are here and their times. The separation between this A final and the B final is the quality of the time.
Definitely. In this one, the fastest time is 53.63 seconds by Sylvia Chesebe. She'll be running in lane number 4, the one on your screens right now. That is Chesebe, the fastest coming into this final. In the other final, 50.14 by Mercy Adongo Okech. But Chesebe has to make sure that she at least lowers her time to 50 to qualify for the Tokyo Games. There she is. And that is Bosibori also, another athlete who has a personal best of 54.98.
If you listen to others, you can tell that they're now being reintroduced. Sarah Bosibori in lane 3, lane 4 is Sylvia Chesebe. By the way, for a long time she was doubling in the 800 meters. I was opted to come down. Helen Siombua Kale is in lane 5, Rahab Wanjiru Dirango is in lane 6, and Mother in lane 7. So, Lucia Williams-Morris of South Sudan was expected to be in lane 8, but that's not the case. And so we're going to have the B final of the women's 400 meters. You can call it final 1. And it's going to be followed by the A final, and after that, it's going to be, there is a false start. After that, we're going to have the A final.
It's not oftenly heard of. So we are waiting to see who's the culprit here. Walking down the track is Anambata.
So
it is Rahab Wanjiru.
Rahab Wanjiru took off way before everyone else.
Like I said, you don't want to see her walk towards you. That means you're off. So Rahab Wanjiru has been disqualified from this race, so it's down to Sarah Bosibori, Sylvia Chemutai Chesebe, Helen Siombua.
That is one of the most dreaded clip folders in athletics. Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sport, Honorable Salim Mvuria, is in attendance. Well,
so it's down to 3.
That gun went not intentionally.
It's like when you say testing mic 1, 2.
No, we know what Kenyans do. They tap it and blow into it. Maybe that's what he was trying to do. It's a final. It's 400.
And off they go. 3. Sarah Bosibori, Sylvia Chemutai Chesebe, and Helen Siombua Kali. Quite experienced here. Chesebe, of course, the most experienced with the fastest time, 53.63, as she sprints over. But that is Sarah Bosibori assuming the lead on the home straight. As they take that bend, it is the battle between Siombua and Chesebe. It is a very experienced field here. And now it is Siombua who will try catch up with Chesebe. But then Bosibori responds. Siombua struggling a little bit, but it is Chesebe who's just shown that she has what it takes here. It might not be the fastest time, but Chesebe will claim victory in this one. There she goes, 54.65. Helen Siombua try to sneak in from the outside, but could not actually match this one. But it is Chesebe once again reigning supreme in that fast final.
The race execution was huge when it comes to this, because Helen Siombua used her experience, that she speaks over the years, to come and break down Sylvia, to almost beat Sylvia Chesebe. Sylvia Chesebe went all guns blazing, from the start of the race. You could tell that towards the final end, she was struggling to keep up with the pace that she had given herself, trying as hard, as much as she could.
But at 38, that's commendable, because Chesebe, born in 1987, that means she's been here for quite a while. And hello, Masters.
That was close. That was mighty close. And
and there you go.
It's the second final comes to women's race, and
I'm really excited about what Mary Moraa and Mercy Okech are gonna do in this one. It's been a fierce battle between the two, and I remember the national trials, Mercy Okech just about edged out Mary Moraa. At the Kip Keino Classic, also Mercy Okech ran splendidly to post the time that made her go to Tokyo.
We're talking about 50.14, which is now a national record when you speak about it. That was on the 31st of May 2025. 1,200 scoring points is what did that. And when you look at the 2025 top list, she is 18th overall in the year 2025. So, just the replays of Siombua Chesebe and Bosibori coming through.
Talking about Mercy Odongo Okech, 50.14, that is the national record set here on 31st of May, and she was at the World Relays, and her split was 49.77.
Because that was in the hits. Because in the final it was a totally different story.
And she broke Mary Moraa's record, which stood at 50.38. And there is Moraa. Is she going to actually earn her revenge?
Well, we will find out today, because 50.49 is what Moraa posted at Horst and Zolder. So coming into this, and it's very important for us to realize how they're going to do this.
Helen Siombua, Gladys Mumbe, of course, another experienced.
And so that is Lanolina Oko.
Had a very good one in the 4x400 meters earlier on today.
Mercy Okech is not on the track.
Wow.
Interesting enough. Mary Moraa is on the track.
Mercy Okech already qualified, so I think maybe.
I think qualifying, having hit the time, we never would know.
Mercy Chebet.
This is one prospect, one who could do that. And from Uganda, we've got Lenny Shida.
Mercy Chebet with a personal best of 51.52. And her pace breakdown has been 12.1, 12.6, 13.2, and 13.6. That is Stambagari still struggling to adapt into the 400 meters. She has the endurance, but then she has a very blistering 100-meter pace. But when it comes to this one, it becomes really tough for her.
The start of the second final of the women's 400 meters. This is going to be followed by the men's final of the 400. Magari in 8, Shida in 7. Chebet, Mora, Aoko, Mumbe, Nyagisera. Off they go, and this one is clean. And we are going to take a look at it. Look, Mora staying upright, and out on the left is Stambagari. Lenny Shida of Uganda in her national team kit is inside there. Mercy Chebet, look at her running down. We saw her running in the 4x400 meter relay. Mary Mora trying to close the gap that is just out there, but Shida is at the front as they go around this bend. Look at Chebet closing the gap. Bagari is now trailing. Mary Mora moving to the front. Can't she beat this one? She's upright, and look at her with that standout gait. Millicent Mumbe is out on the right, but coming into the home straight, it's Mary Mora who surged forward. 50.14 we've seen here happen. But look at Lenny Shida and Mercy Chebet. Mary Mora breaking away from the rest of the field, entertaining crowd.
50.93.
That is a good enough time for somebody who's had a second race today. 50.93 for Mary Mora. And this time round, she's not even dancing, just celebrating. She knows that she met the entry standard when she clocked 50.49 in Belgium. But now, this.
It's all about looking for the rhythm. Shida Lenny, of course, the Ugandan champion in the 400 meters, has just ensured that the tradition continues.
And you also have got to be cognizant to the fact that Mary Mora could be a critical part of the mixed relay team, and where necessary, she could be a critical part of Team Kenya if they want to improve on their 3:25 time. That would put them higher up on the global rankings as they look for a place to be part of the Kenyan teams at the World Relays. So Mary Mora stays down there. We're going to be moving straight to the men's 400 meters. The athletes making their way, but look at Mary Mora. She got into that straight.
That Stambagari, she seems to be struggling in the 400 meters.
Going backwards is what they would say. But look at Lenny Shida. For Mercy Chebet, who was considered to be one of the best prospects, you know, improving her times bit by bit. There she is. Live. Mary Mora. 50.93 in Nairobi. That is fast. And the question then is, will she be doing the double? So look at the men now.
Now time for the 400 meters men final, walking down the track. Look at those faces. Oh man, the tension. Of course, everyone anticipating for victory. Wiseman Were aiming to do a double. The crowd eagerly waiting. Honorable Danson Wanyama eagerly waiting. I think maybe this is his favorite. Maybe Wiseman Were comes from his constituency.
Not besides that, when he is running for the parliamentary team, he runs in the 400 meters. You'll see him doing the 4x400 meter relay team for Kenya's parliamentarians. He's part of that team, together with other members of that. Zablon Ekwam, a lot of eyes will be on him. He
is the only one who's not attained the qualification time for the Tokyo Games. George Mutinda, 44.51, Brian Tinega, 44.67, and Kelvin Kipkorir, 44.80. 44.85 is the time we are looking for.
44.80 flat is what they want. The standards have kept going up. think 2 championships ago, it was 45 lakhs. That tells you there's so much growth. And with 43.75 having been run here, Mezakiti Nene,
just
and that is a world lead.
1 month ago.
To Kip Keino Classic.
Yeah. On 31st of May, 1.5 months ago. But I'm really looking forward to see if Zablon Ekwam can improve on the 45.01.
Because he had a 44.67. The only reason was the track wasn't certified. And that is where just everything went sideways.
Alan Kipyego, also another good name coming out. Alan Kipyego, of course, the lanky figure. Wiseman Were. He wants to do the 400 meters hurdles and this one.
That's been something quite rare. But let's see how they're going to do it, because Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui, that's the man on your screen, is being introduced now. He's got 4.8. Then we've got David Sayanek.
Zablon Ekwam
is there.
Alan Kipyego.
Alan Kipyego is there.
Kelvin Kipkorir. And Brian Tinega, the second fastest man in the country this year. And that is...
And Mosika. Very interesting to note this is that George Mutinda is out. David Sayanek has come in. Remember how he finished?
Touched. The finishing line.
The finish line.
Yeah.
So that means he got the 2 capital letters D and Q in this place. It's going to be Sayanek, which means that only Kiprotich Tonui and Brian Tinega have qualified legitimately within this heat. All waiting for the all clear. It's been given. They are off and cleanly this time. Just take a look at them as they take round that bend. Dennis Masika Mulongo is upright, and then we've got Kevin Kipkorir, the lanky fellow, trying to close that. Were Mukobe is the man who's got the white band, and he's to the left of your screen as they go around that bend at 200 meters. You could think that they had planned to do this, trying to get into some marching form. But Alan Kipyego now is changing. Look at Zablon Ekwam as he gets into that straight. And look at these 2 athletes. It's now Zablon Ekwam who's in the front. And look at Kipkorir. And Brian Tinega is out on the outside. This is a battle by the finest. Tinega takes it. Oh, that's a close one.
45.1 for Alan Kipyego. Might just have won that one.
Alan Kipyego has only won probably another couple of races where he could get into the 44.8s, 44.7s, but look at this finish. You could tell that Tinega had it going, and it was that late.
That's the moment Zablon Ekwam realized that he is not into this. Wow.
This one goes with Tinega.
This goes with Tinega.
But it was close. Zablon Ekwam is third.
Zablon Ekwam, you feel for this young man. He's really tried so hard, but he still has a chance.
45.14. At any standard, you've got to accept that this has been one of the great, it's a new generation of athletes. 45.14 is now starting to look normal in Nairobi.
It's like a 10 flat in 100 meters.
Previously, we would talk about 46, 47 as normal, but this is a new generation of athletes. But just look at them.
Did he just stumble there? Zablon Ekwam. He did stumble, and I think it allowed Kipyego and Tinega to whiz through and win that one. Now, what's happening here? Everyone anxious.
Just everyone is anxious. There seems to be, looking at what they've done, Kipyego is third. If you just put at it, Zablon. Zablon Ekwam has been declared the winner. That's something I find a little bit odd.
I don't this is not happening. I don't believe. Maybe if we watch the replay,
let's watch. I mean, if we could get that replay again, it would really help. Because what the eye sees
is different from what the results
is not even different from what Timetronic sees.
Wow.
This is what makes this sport great. It is for everyone. You can see this young child that decided, I'm also going to have one lap
on
around this track for whatever reason. And so, right now, getting ready to go inside for an interview with Charity. Down to you, Charity. You can take it over.
Thank you so much, Mlewi and Wahome. It has been a wonderful 400 meters race. However, we'll be not doing an interview with the 400 meters athletes. We'll be talking to Emmanuel Wanyonyi, the world silver medalist and also the Olympics champion. Emmanuel, season yako imekuwa vipi?
So far season iko poa. Mahali nimefikia naona training iko poa, so naenda ku prepare training tena for the world championship.
Yeah. Strategy ni gani maybe unataka kufocus on sahi? Already everyone, you're the man to beat sahi.
First of all, I need to go to reach to the finals for world championship. Nikishafika finali nachikaza kufika podium, but for me ya kwanza ni kwenda kufika finali because 800 ni very competitive na kuna watu wanakimbia hata kunishinda mimi, so napanga kwenda kuprepare vizuri, nikienda Tokyo nifika finali na kimbia vizuri.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Emmanuel Wanyonyi. He's saying that his main target is to make it for the finals at the World Championships, and from there he'll be happy and contented with the medal that he's been going to receive. Over to you, Mlemi.
For the official results of the 400 meters, quite some confusion there. We'll be waiting to see who won. I think it was Brian Tinega and Alan Kipiego coming in second. But it is a race that has been very competitive. The 400 meters men final. There's the young girl there just showing us what to expect in the future, running on track on this beautiful afternoon here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. On this day, we've witnessed a great day of athletics, and I believe the team that's going to be selected here will be a team that will represent the country well at the World Athletics Championship.
Well, as we see these young girls, I mean, this is the one moment, you know, there was a group of people who tried to stop her and took the intervention of Julius Yego to let the girl continue with her run, because all she wants to do is have fun.
And she's having fun.
And everyone is cheering her. She doesn't get tired. 10 years from now,
this will be a star.
We're talking about somebody who will be competing at the under 18, and all the cheers in the stadium are for her. She's decided that she's going to do the 800 meters, and that's what she is doing. As it gets down, she has to get to the finish line, and everyone is celebrating. She hasn't lost her pace. That's the one interesting thing Our cadence has been great. Hey. Okay, now this is embarrassing. That is one moment everyone's disappointed, I have to say, and you can see that the girl is also disappointed. So that, at that moment, is done. So what's going to be happening next is the naming of the team. That is what's going to be happening next. And
Of course, a battery of journalists ready to hear who's going to Tokyo. And as usual, that will be done in the full presence of the cameras and the lights here at Ulinzi Sports Complex. So to me, I can always say it's been a great day of athletics, Daniel, and I've really enjoyed every bit of it. Every race, Zablon Ekwam was declared the winner.
But this video speaks more. It doesn't matter which angle you take. But even the photo finish reviews have indicated that
Brian Tinega
is the winner.
So Alan Kipyego, that was a photo finish.
That was, yes.
It was a photo finish, and as we are told officially, it is Alan Kipyego who won this, closely followed by Brian Tinega and Zablon Ekwam claiming third.
So the question then is, where were the chips messed up when it comes to the kitting and everything? Because that's where it is, unless the lane allocations indicated otherwise. But as you can see, it's time for the ceremonies, a presentation of the team to Tokyo. And that we expect to also get the full confirmation of those who are going to be in the marathon team, because we know if you're not going to the Sydney Marathon, it means that you'll be running in Tokyo, probably, because that's where we are. As we do this, as we wind this up, it's been a pleasure being with you since 9 a.m. where we've seen Team Kenya selected and athletes make their way. Greg, final one?
We see you in Tokyo. It's been a great day of athletics.
Well, my name is Daniel Wahome. On behalf of the team and Gregory Mulemi, we want to say it's been a pleasure to you.
Alan.
Thank you, Prison Span. Thank you.
Asante sana.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guests are here right on the track to witness the official naming of the Kenya team.
Tanui.
Over to Kennedy Tanui for the next step of presentation. Tanui.
Thank you very much, our programmer, waziri wetu Mheshimiwa Salim Vuria, principal secretary wetu Bwana Elijah Mwangi, President Athletics Kenya, Lieutenant General retired Jack Tuwei, our immediate former President, National Olympics Committee, Bwana Paul Tergat, Chairman Sports in the Parliament. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the unveiling of Team Kenya that will participate in Tokyo World Championships later on in September, after today's selection process. I'm going to read the names of those who will represent us in Tokyo. Coach, I hope you are ready. All athletes who know that they were selected to come around as I name, come here quickly so that we can continue with this program. 100 meters men. Ferdinand Omanyala. Makofi. Ferdinand Omanyala has qualified for World Championships alone in 100 meters. Thank you. 400 meters women. Mercy Adongo Okech. .400 meters men. George Mutinda, Brian Onyari Tinega, and Kevin Kipkoriri.
So once again, when you're called, make your way to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, the athletes, make your way to the podium. Wherever you are, make your way very quickly to the podium.
We can still excuse 400 meters for some 2 or 3 minutes because they just finished their event. They may be changing and they are coming back. 400 only. But the rest of us, let's be here. Let's all be here. Oh, thank you. Coach will help me with those who have arrived. Usher them in as I continue. 400 meters hurdles men. Wiseman Were Mohope. .800 meters women. Mary Mora, Lilian Odira, Vivian Chebet Kiprotich, and Sarah Mora. Hapa mheshimiwa, tuko na kitu kinaitwa wild card in 800 meters. Mary Mora has a wild card to be there, whether she qualified by the standard or not, because of the previous championship That was in 2023. So this time round, as a champion, she is invited. Lilian Odira, Vivian Chebet Kiprotich, and Sarah Mora. Yes, I can see them coming. 800 meters men. Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Big man. Nicholas Kiplagat Kebenei. And Kevin Kimtai Loti. (1,500 meters women. Faith Kipyegon. Nelly Chepchirchir. Susan Lokayo Ejore. And Dorcas Ewoi. Mheshimiwa Waziri, pia 1,500 meters women, we have an wild card following the performance of Faith Kipyegon in the previous World Championship, and therefore we have 4 entrants as Kenya. 1,500 meters men. Fanuel Kipkoskei Koech. Lionel Cheruyot and Timothy Cheruyot. Fanuel Koech is the latest sensation in 1,500, currently leading in the world and also having the world under 20 world record. 3,000 meters steeplechase. Women. Faith Cherotich. Doris Lemole Chiro. And Pamela Bosgey. (3,000 meters steeplechase men. Edmund Serem. Edmund Serem. Simon Kiprop Koech. And Abraham Kibiwot. Edmund Serem, as at now, Mheshimiwa, is leading in Diamond League. And probably, if he maintains it, he's giving us another 4th entrant into this, but that will come after the Diamond League. We are very excited. Nyamazeni kwanza. Yes. 5,000 meters women. Faith Kipyegon. Beatrice Chebet. Magdalene Masai Yeko, not Yego, Yeko, and Vivian Chepkemei Cheruyot as a reserve.
Unaenda lakini hasa utakuwa hapo.
That's okay. Marathon men. Vincent Kipkemoi Ngetich. Eric Kiplangat Sang. And Kennedy Kimutai. Hilary Kipkoech will be the reserve athlete. Hilary Kipkoech. Javelin men, who you are guessing? Julius Yego. Yes, and the public has it. It is Julius Yego. Julius Yego. Sir, he is the oldest athlete in this team. Having participated in 3 Olympics, several World Championships, and many others. Welcome, Diego. 4 by 100 meters men. We will be having Ferdinand Omanyala, Steve Onyango Odhiambo, Meshak Kitsuguli Babu, Mark Otieno Odhiambo, Dennis Mwai, Clinton Aluvi Owatinya, and Isaac Kundu Omurwa. The 2 are youngsters, Mheshimiwa. Clinton is the latest African champion under 20. And Isaac Kundu Omurwa is currently participating in World University Games. The youngsters, and we are giving them an opportunity to prove themselves. But this team will be reduced to 6 members after another selection process that will happen. 4 by 400 meters men and 4 by 400 meters mixed relay. 1. Alan Kipiego, Brian Onyari Tinega, Zablon Ehal Ekwam, Dennis Masika Mulongo, David Sanayek Kabirante, and Kelvin Kiprotich Tolui. By 400 meters mixed relay women. Mercy Chebet, Lanolin Aoko, and Esther Bagari. That is the team that will represent Kenya. But still, we are still waiting for the qualifying window to close. That is on 24th of August. Still, to determine some other few technicalities that are there. And we are waiting for the following to qualify by the close of that window. If they don't qualify, then we don't have any other option. But if they qualify, they are still part of this team, but they are waiting. That is in 5,000 meters men, Cornelius Kemboy and Matthew Kipchumba Kipsang. In javelin women, Irene Chepkemboy is waiting for 24th. and Winnie Chengetich B in triple jump women. Those one we are not going to name today, but they are waiting for the close of the window. They are there by virtue of their rankings and their performances. And also, we are also waiting for other possible wildcards, as I have said. We are waiting for, and we will mention this to encourage them, Alex Ngeno Kimngetich, who has performed here, but if we have a wildcard in 800, Alex will join the team. But as of now, we are waiting for September to close the Diamond League season. You understand the mathematics, is it? Yes. And then Brian Komen also is in the waiting list in 1500 meters, waiting list, pending if Fanuel can do us a favor with that Diamond League. And also Celestine Chepkoskei Biwot in 3000 steeplechase, Faith akifanya maneno. And Geoffrey Kipkemoi Kirwa in 3000 meters steeplechase, Edmond akitufanyia maneno. Those are waiting, and the list can still expand by 24th of August or reduce pending qualifications. That is it. I want to call upon the Senior Vice President, Athletics Kenya, to come and name the officials who will accompany this team to Tokyo World Championships. Senior Vice President on Mutui.
Thank you very much, Satanui, the CS, the President of Athletics Kenya, and the PS, other district guests around, ladies and gentlemen. I have just a very short business to do here. And outright, I go for it. That is to name the officials to accompany this name. I mean this team behind me right here. So that we have them with our code to come right over here to accompany the team. We have Mr. Maswai Nicholas being the head of the delegation. And Paul Mutri being the team leader. Then Mr. Ngovi Philip being the team manager. Kennedy Tanui, assistant team manager. David Miano, delegate. Felix Gala, delegate. Paul Tor, delegate. Julius Kirwa, the head coach. And then the following are the coaches for the athletes. In sprints, we have William Mugo, Stephen Mwaniki, Apecho Buzu, Geoffrey Kimani, Josephat Maio, Shali Kalunda, and Stanley Toet. Then and the marketing team will be represented by Abraham Mutai, Jafet Kulia, and the Kennedy Bai. These are the officials to accompany the team. And because of time,
thank you very much, Senior Vice. Just a correction, in 400 meters, a typing error, and we are sorry for that. Part of this team is Boniface Mweresa, the captain of the previous team. It was a typing error, we thought we had captured, but Boniface Mweresa, where are you? Huyo ni msee mwingine wa team after Yebo. Mweresa,
so at this juncture,
Vivian wants me to recognize her, and I will do so, Vivian, faithfully. Vivian Cheruyot, one of the longest serving athletes still surviving this team since her youthful days to date. Pigia makofi.
so that now up to this moment, I would like to humbly ask the President of Athletics Kenya to come forward and lead us to the next action. Mr. President.
Thank you very much. When I was here, the PS, Chairman, and all the dignitaries who are here, ladies and gentlemen, and the athletes who have been selected as your officials, good afternoon. When I was here, we have come to the end of our team selection that will represent Kenya during the World Championships in Tokyo, which is starting on the 13th of September and ends on the 21st of September. So this is the team that has been selected. They have done extremely well. We are quite happy that after a long while, we have managed to qualify the relays, particularly the three teams of relays. We are still waiting for only one to make sure that all the four have qualified. And we want to wish them well because they are trying their level best, and I believe that they are going to qualify that. And secondly, Banawaziri, after this, we will now embark on the preparations, the actual preparations for the team to go to Tokyo. And since the stadiums are occupied here, we will take this team to go and train in Eldoret before the training camp, so that they continue training, because we don't want to waste any time. And immediately after the child is over, then we can bring them back to Nairobi for final preparations before they go to Tokyo. And we'll also be organizing the issues of logistics, visas, passports for those who don't have, and everything else. Otherwise, the team is now here. We want to thank you, Banawaziri, for the assistance that you have given Athletics Kenya all this time, because we started this program actually last year. But if you remember the calendar of events that we launched last year, this was one of the events that we are going to continue preparing so that they can represent us well. These World Championships comes every 2 years. So the last one that we had was in 2023 in Budapest in Hungary. And now this is the next one in Tokyo. In 2027, 2 years from now, it is going to be in Beijing, China. And then
The next one after that is 2029 and 2031. The bidding is going on now. But as I briefed you earlier on, we have applied, and we were allowed, of course, by the government to apply to host the World Championships in 2029 or 2031. Because it's a competition. There are so many countries that have applied, and World Athletics will be unveiling the winners later on. So we hope that we will do well. We have got a team that we have put together under Ibrahim Hussein, who is the chairman, to do the bidding process. And we are also sending another team outside this one here to go and study how the World Championship is conducted. Because it's very, very important that we meet all the conditions, we meet the qualification standards, and we meet the requirements of World Athletics. For us to host the World Championship, that is a requirement. And so, this is what we are doing at the moment. We want to wish this team all the very best. For now, we are going to start preparing the documentation and everything else before they go there. But allow me to congratulate all of you, those who have been selected, and I wish and I want to hope that you are going to bring good results to this country, to this great country of Kenya, when you go there. With this, I don't want to go into a lot of other details. We will go into preparations, we will give you the names. I'm happy that all of you have come to witness in daylight when we are selecting our team. We don't select our team in the night or somewhere in the darkness or somewhere else, somewhere there. We select when everybody is watching. We have all seen number 1, 2, and 3. And so anybody who has got any issue, I hope you have seen for yourself and you have seen the transparency and the openness that we have conducted here today. So with those few remarks, I want to thank those of you who have come to come and witness, not only witness, but also to encourage these athletes who will be going to Tokyo. So with those few remarks, I say thank you so much. I forgot to appreciate the work that has been done by our sponsors. At the moment, within a very short time since we launched our program, we have got 4 sponsors that have assisted us. And I want to thank them very, very, very much. And, first of all, we have got the Kenya Commercial Bank, we have got Petika, we have got Kenya KCC, and we have got Coca-Cola. So far, those are the sponsors that we have got, and we want to say thank you very much for coming to support these teams. We are still engaging others because without sponsors, there's not much they can do. And that is why you have seen that we have also taken the opportunity to make sure that they are represented in Tokyo, so that they can see what happens here at home and what happens in Tokyo. I hope, Waziri, you will be in Tokyo. Witness also what is going on there, and we'll be very happy to see that the chairman of the parliamentary committee of sports, I believe, will also be there, so that because it takes care of the allow me to ask the sponsors 1 minute each, just to say jump. And we start with Petika. Who is defending Petika? Eric, you can come and just say Jambo and tell us what you feel so far. We need 1 minute.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is just to congratulate the team who have done well to get the opportunity to represent the country.
and we just want to commit as Betika our support to all the athletes, and we do not have any doubts that we are going to do Kenya proud, because we know that Kenya is a powerhouse in athletics, and we are not expecting anything less this year. So I was just to wish you all the best as you fly our flag high. Thank you.
KCC, haya kutuma maziwa leo. Haya KCC, sisi. Kapata lazima waende mbele.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the interest of the 1 minute, I'd like to congratulate the planning team for an amazing event, and to Team Kenya to Tokyo. Congratulations and all the best. And while you're there, the event that you don't like to do there, take a packet of KCC milk, complete milk. All the best.
Thank you very much. You can see they are also saying, see you in Tokyo. The next one is Madam Jane from the KCB. Alali, Sasema Jambu. Let us put your plan.
Thank you. Bana, yes, let me ride on all the protocols that have been established, all our honorable guests, and of course, our team that is going to be representing Kenya. Congratulations and good afternoon to all of us. From KCB, we are pleased to be associated with athletics and Athletics Kenya, for that matter. We are big on growing together and being besides our athletics as we do the things that we do. And mine is just to bring you the assurance that we love to continue to be identified with athletics and sports in general. And we are here to make sure that the full person is taken care of. Not just this sponsorship that happens here, but we also want to work with you as the athletes of our nation to make sure as you are building yourself professionally, we are also building you financially by the education that we give you at the backrooms, and also by the investments that will come along to support you that you want to do. And right now, as you prepare to go to Tokyo and indeed to the many other events I know you will be going in the course of the year, I am glad to let you know that KCB now has a single card with 18 different currencies. So with that one single card, you will not have to pack your coach with so many cards. Just have one card from KCB and you have 18 currencies that you can just be changing as you go along from country to country in your professional career. So karibuni sana, make sure you spend time with you. I know we will be coming to you. We will be able to tell you a lot more about what we are able to do to support you. But know that our best wishes are with you as you go on to shine and represent our great country. Asante sana.
Thank you, Chair. One of the longest, I think is the longest sponsor for Athletics Kenya, particularly for apparel and competition, kit and everything else, is from Nike. I hope Robert is here. Just to introduce him, he's around here. And then as he's coming, I also want to thank the media for the publication that you have given to this selection today here. We have had from every media house that will talk about this. You have given us a very good coverage, and we want to say thank you very much. And if we don't have Robert here, then maybe later on we
look at that. Otherwise, we would like to end there and allow me to kindly invite PS, the Department of Sports, to come and give a quick remark and invite the seats. One PS.
Thank you, VK President. Our CS, Honorable Salim Mvurya, the AK fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Babarianu. Let me take this opportunity first of all to congratulate our team here who have really demonstrated and got a chance to represent us in Tokyo, including the technical bench that has been named here for us. I want to take this opportunity once again to congratulate the new officials of honor and Ultragat, the outgoing president, who have had a great opportunity to lead that team, and the honor that they did yesterday to this nation. Congratulations to all. On behalf of our State Department, President of the Yado Sports Fraternity, I want to assure you of our support. The President, His Excellency William Ruto, has done quite significant in improving the infrastructure in this country. I've heard President that will be using the venue in Eldoret. And to date, we're aware that we have a contractor who is on site in Kipchoge Stadium. Of course, we had a discussion with them, even though the stadium is a construction site. The space that is the tank and track. But of course, we also on course to ensure that the 64 stadium, which we understand is being handled by the county government, the university stadium, which we have instruction to make sure that it has been done, and the School of Law stadium in Eldoret will be done and completed so that next year, when we shall be having this event, we shall have adequate spaces for you to carry out your selection, apart from the other many others that are being done. And I also want to take this opportunity to assure the sports fraternity of our support to the ADAC, which is the anti-doping agency, which is domiciled in our State Department. There's a condition which we must abide, the agreement that we had with Rwanda. We shall continue supporting the ADAC so that they can perform their functions and support our sports fraternity. And in addition to, we are very grateful by the AK. I've participated, I have attended the many events that you have had in this nation. And in each and every event, you agreed on new champion is coming up. And that means tomorrow, even though we have our great athletes here today, tomorrow is guaranteed that Kenya shall remain to be the powerhouse in matters of sports internationally, as it is known today. And therefore, I tell the world, Tokyo, here we come. Expect us there to win and to win much more medals than we did in the last editions. Before I invite my CS, allow me to request the chair of the National Assembly Sports and Culture Committee on Babudan Wanyama just to make a remark.
Thank you, peers. let me ride on the protocol already established and appreciate the CS who is now the chief guest here today. On the onset, I want to congratulate the athletes who have qualified for Tokyo. But again, at a rider, that for those who did not qualify, don't give up. There is always tomorrow, and there will be more championships to come. So I just want to encourage you from a point of being a sportsman that kindly know that tomorrow it will be you who will be raising the flag of this country. But PS, speaking as a sports person, I want to request you and the PS that the one who approves the monies, kindly take care of the welfare of these athletes, because that is the most important and that is the most thing that will give them a lot of encouragement to perform even much more. But again, also thank the president of this country that has actually embarked on improving the infrastructure in this country. I want to say this because I've been around for a while, that this is the president that is positive about sports. And that is why you are seeing things happen in this country as far as sports is concerned. So I want to thank each one of you. Let us encourage these young people, and I want to really add that when you win clean, because it is the right thing to do. And as it were, Team Kenya to Tokyo, I wish you well, because I'll be there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At this moment, I want to invite our CS, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Ambassador Muvia.
Thank you very much, PS Lijamwangi, the President of Athletics Kenya, General Tuwei, and your team. The Chair of the Committee of Sports in Parliament, Honorable Dan Wanyama, Barnabas Korid, who is now the Vice Chair NOCK, and flanked by the immediate President of NOCK, Paul Tergat. I know there are other legends here who have come to witness this event. Our dear sponsors, Team Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Assalamu alaikum. Today is a very important occasion that I want to thank all of you for coming in large numbers to witness the national trials. Trials that have been done very well. We are very happy with what has happened here today. And before anything, on behalf of the government of Kenya, I want to announce that today we have Team Kenya ready for Tokyo, ready for World Championships. The men and women behind me represent the 50 million of us, and they will be carrying the Kenyan flag in Tokyo. Our athletes, you are not just going to compete as individuals. You are carrying the Kenyan flag. I want to congratulate you for a well-deserved achievement, for a good win, and the government is behind you. we will give you all the necessary support to ensure that you represent our country very well. So there's no doubt from today, Team Kenya is owned by the 50 million Kenyans. I also want to tell our dear Kenyans that behind me, these men and women are patriots. They have demonstrated patriotism as they represent all of us across regions, across all sectors. When we go to Tokyo, and I want to confirm the invitation, Mr. President, with a small p, that I will be with the team in Tokyo. So Team Kenya here represents brilliance, national pride, inspiration, and commitment. You know, we have done this before. And I think this year is a year of medal harvest. Just recently we welcomed Faith and Tibet, who had broken records in the US. This morning we have had a team from Nigeria. We're competing in Nigeria, and we have many medals that Kenya has won in the different races. Tomorrow we have another team of the same competitors who are in Nigeria. They will be getting in here. So, in a nutshell, His Excellency the President has directed and is investing a lot in ensuring that we inspire sports in our country. And the results of this investment is what we are seeing here today, where men and women have now been selected to represent Kenya in Tokyo this September 2025. I want to ask all Kenyans of goodwill, all sponsors to join hands in supporting this team, because this team requires the support of all of us in terms of mental well-being, in terms of training, in terms of creating an enabling environment to ensure that they succeed. And from the onset, I want to assure you, Team Kenya, that the government, through this ministry, will provide you with the requisite support to ensure that you win in Tokyo. We have also invested in anti-doping efforts, and we also want to support our athletes so that they can win with integrity, and the profile of Kenya as a sports powerhouse globally can remain to shine, and we can remain to celebrate our national pride. So this is a momentous occasion, and I would wish that all of us in any way, in our individual capacities, institutional, we come forward to support Team Kenya. When Team Kenya wins in Tokyo, it is Kenya which will win, and the flag of our country will be raised much higher. In April this year, we approved and revised the cash reward for medal-winning athletes at the Olympic, Paralympic, and Commonwealth Games. Under the new guidelines, the gold medalists will now receive 3 million, up from 750,000. Silver medalists will now receive 2 million from 500,000, and bronze will now receive 1 million up from 350,000. So those are some of the, let me just see, also for Commonwealth Games, gold medalists will now receive 2.5 million up from 500,000. Silver is now moving from 300,000 to 1.5. Bronze now from 200 to 1 million. So these reviewed packages include increased financial incentives, upgraded access to modern training facilities, structured wellness and mental health support, expanded medical cover, post-career transition programs including scholarships for deserving athletes, strengthened partnerships with federations. Will also be strengthened to uphold accountability and transparency across the board, and more streamlined international competition logistics. Additionally, the government will allocate 70 million shillings, which we have already done, to compensate the top performing athletes who are overlooked or not formally recognized in past competitions. This move is both a corrective and symbolic gesture, one that signals a new era of fairness, inclusivity, and national respect for men and women who have flown Kenya's flag high, regardless of the era in which they did the competition. I can see Paul is looking at me properly. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all the sponsors from the corporate world, I say thank you very much for your continued partnership to support the government to implement the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. I also finally want to register my appreciation to the Ministry of Defense, the Kenya Defense Forces, for maintaining this facility, which has enabled that we now have done the world-class trials on these grounds. So I want to say that as we begin our march to Tokyo, and to our team here, make us shine. We will give you the necessary support so that you can come back here and you have the national pride, and the Kenyans are behind you. For those young people who may not be athletes, the Team Kenya before you is a role model. You can manage your career, you can inspire your talents, because talent pays. And therefore, let us work together to ensure that we are able to be an inspiration to the youth of our country. We want to urge all the youth to find opportunities to transform their lives, to take advantage of the strategic interventions by government to better their careers and realize their potential through talent development. We will continue the work that we have already begun in high esteem to make sure that we upgrade all the facilities, all the sports infrastructure across the country. And because athletics is very, very important, we will now be incorporating AK. You will bring your representative so that every time we do a sports facility, it is also assessed to ensure that it meets the standards of athletics, and those talents then can be brewed from the lower level. I have been told by the PS that when you look at some of the facilities, they may be running short of some of the standards, and we want to work with the AK from the design level to ensure that is properly incorporated in the design. With those many remarks, I want to again congratulate Team Kenya and all those who participated in these trials, and the government will continue to work with you. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Asante.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will now go for photo sessions. We will begin with the CS and the PS and Lieutenant General retired Tuwe. Photograph with the athletes. Then we go to KCB, Betika, and KCC. So we will have a session with our CS Salmel Buria, with the team and the officials. The team and the officials. The team and the officials. All the officials. We will have another photograph. We will have another photograph with the sponsors, starting with KCB. KCB now. Let's arrange ourselves so that we have a photograph with our first sponsor, KCB, and then we do Betika, the other sponsor, followed by KCC. So very quickly, we need a photograph with KCB and the athletes themselves. So let's arrange ourselves in such a way that we are able to get those photographs. Ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we want to have a photograph with KCB, ladies and gentlemen. KCB photographers, are you ready? Very good. Very good. photograph with Betika. Photograph with Betika, ladies and gentlemen. Photograph with Betika. Yeah, Betika, photograph. Betika. So photograph with Betika, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. Photographers, are you done? This is with Betika. Let's give it a smile. Tafadhali. Faith Kipiego, give it a smile, Faith. There you are. Faith Asante. The next one is, we are going to have a dance. We will have a dance. There it is. Very good. There it is. There it is. There's a dance now. So that's a celebratory dance. national anthem. Before we go for the national anthem, there are some special announcements by Mr. Tanui. All athletes and officials who have been selected into this team to remain here, and officials, all officials and athletes, you remain here for further instructions. There are urgent documentations we need to do. Thank you very much. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's remove our kofiyas for the national anthem of Kenya. Thank you. Thank you.